Is it up on the screen? Let me start.
All right, we are on the record in the case of the Commonwealth versus Brett Hankison, and we are out of the hearing of the jury. One thing I wanted to put on the record was I think when we left the courtroom on Friday, we were not on the record, Mr. Matthews, when you said that Mr. Hankison had decided to not go on the scene visit. So I just wanted to get that on the record, that that was his decision to not go with us.
Judge, I will confirm that his decision was to not go out to the scene with us.
Okay. Did you all receive my email fairly late last evening regarding the deposition?
Yes.
All right. Anything further on that?
Judge, from our standpoint, we are going to object to use of any portion of the deposition at this point.
Oh, I thought you wanted it all in.
Well, upon reflection and reconsideration, I've decided, it was a deposition that was taken in a civil matter where Myles Cosgrove was deposed by an attorney representing plaintiffs in the civil action. There was no opportunity. Brett Hankison was there by video, but there was no opportunity for him to actually participate in the examination. I don't think that it meets the criteria to be admissible in a criminal case. I think it was not before a judicial officer. It's full of information that we can't cross-examine on, and I just think it's objectionable.
Do you have anything that you can cite to me as far as not using this deposition, that it doesn't meet the criteria? Have you had a chance to look at that yet?
I have a couple things, Judge. Dealing with unavailable witnesses, I would cite the court to Barber versus Page, which is a 390 U.S. 719. It's a 1968 U.S. Supreme Court case. There's language in there that indicates that the witness in that case was a deposition, but my understanding is that a prior deposition in a criminal case may be used if the deposition was taken as part of that criminal case and the witness is no longer available. This is trying to compare apples to oranges. This is not a criminal case that Myles Cosgrove was deposed in. And the case that I just cited was a deposition presided over by a judicial officer with a witness on a witness stand, so that the court felt that even if it was played as the deposition to the jury, they at least had the opportunity to observe the witness's demeanor with the judge presiding. It was like a formal court proceeding. This proceeding with Myles Cosgrove was simply lawyers in an office questioning him, primarily the plaintiff's attorney, and I believe that a vast amount of what was asked there should have been cross-examinable, as opposed to just letting us read portions of the transcript to the jury. So there is another case, Judge, that I would cite, Parson v. Commonwealth, which is found at 144 Southwest 3rd, 775. And that case there, deals with, that's the case, I believe, that deals specifically with discussing the fact that a judge presided over the testimony at the deposition. What was that other one?
St. Clair v. Commonwealth.
Another case, Judge, St. Clair versus Commonwealth, which is at 140 Southwest 3rd, 510. In that case, where's the language? At the trial or upon any hearing, a part of a deposition, so far as otherwise admissible under the rules of evidence, may be used if it appears from the witness that the witness is dead, or that the witness is out of the Commonwealth of Kentucky unless it appears that the absence of the witness was procured by the party offering the deposition, or that the witness is unable to attend or testify because of sickness or infirmity, or that the party offering the deposition has been unable to procure the attendance of the witness by subpoena. Again, Judge, I feel that it's not that Myles Cosgrove's deposition in a civil case is not admissible in a criminal case. It's trying to put apples into oranges, and I don't think that's proper under the rules of evidence.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Whaley or Mr. Finke?
Judge, as the court stated, Mr. Matthews, as of Friday, asked for the entire deposition. So we haven't done research
Okay.
on this now,
That's understandable.
but we would stand on the original memorandum filed in regard to witness Mattingly. And we did cite cases, in particular, U.S. versus Vartanian, United States versus Vartanian, which was a Sixth Circuit opinion, 245 F3rd 609, wherein a deposition in a civil case was used in the criminal case when the witness invoked the Fifth Amendment. So we can go back and stand on that, but his lawyer was there, and again, Ohio versus Roberts, United States Supreme Court, 448 U.S. 56, stated it does not have to be the same attorney who represented the defendant at the deposition as in the current criminal trial. His attorneys were there, 2 attorneys were there at this deposition, the deposition of Cosgrove. 2 of Hankison's attorneys were there and did participate, actually, throughout the deposition. The fact that he was not there, he was present by video, I don't know if that means Zoom. That meant Zoom or how video, how he was present. But we maintain that it is admissible, and we have already almost completed the edits that the court sent last evening.
Really?
Yes, we have. Thanks, Mr. Finke.
It was a long night.
I'm sure it was.
Working late. It's almost complete, the video. The edits with the board directed. We would ask that it be admitted.
So when did you plan to use it? Sometime this morning or sometime today?
Sometime today.
All right, well, let's just hold off for the time being, because obviously the change in position takes me a bit by surprise as well. So,
Judge,
yes.
If I may interrupt, if I may eventually view the video and see how that plays, maybe I would change my position again.
Okay. That's fine, we can do that too.
It'll take Mr. Finke about 20 minutes to finish the edits.
That's fine, that's fine. All right, anything else we need to discuss?
The issue of the unavailable witness in regard to Sergeant Mattingly. Commonwealth does plan to call a witness that's with LMPD in the Office of Personnel that will establish that he retired from the department.
Okay. That's fine.
I'll stipulate that.
Well, the court had asked that we establish, that he was released from hospital, and it's not, that the jury wouldn't think that he had not survived.
assume that wouldn't take more than 5 minutes.
Right. Okay. Do we have them all?
I have all the jurors. We're ready.
Just about. I think we're just about ready. All right, but you're ready to go ahead and proceed, Ms. Whaley, with other witnesses, and we'll get back to this issue of, with Mr. Cosgrove. All right. One other thing, ladies and gentlemen who are observing the trial, both the media and the spectators, you're not allowed to have your cell phone out in the courtroom. So keep it in your briefcase, backpack, your pocket, but you are not allowed to have it out. You're not allowed to be on it or use it in the courtroom. If we see you with it out, you will be told to leave the courtroom. If this becomes a recurring problem, then I'm going to order the sheriffs to take all of your cell phones before you enter the courtroom. There were some issues that arose Friday regarding cell phones, so I'm very serious about this. Please, you take it seriously as well. I'd like all of you to be able to remain and watch this trial without any additional problems regarding cell phones. All right. I think we're ready to bring the jury in.
All right, give me a minute to line them all up, and I'll bring it in.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Hope you had a nice 3 days away from the courthouse and are ready to get back into the trial again. Is there anything that any of you have to report from our 3-day break? All right. If not, then we'll proceed. Ms. Whaley, if you're ready to call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Matt Gelhausen.
If you'll take a seat, please.
Yes, ma'am.
If you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may take your mask off while you're testifying if you wish to, but you're not required to.
Thank you.
Would you state your name and also spell it, please?
Yes, ma'am. It's Matthew Gelhausen, Gelhausen,
And how are you employed?
with the Louisville Metro Police Department.
And how long have you been with Louisville Metro Police?
Been with Louisville Metro Police for 14 years.
What is your position?
I'm assigned to the training division of the training academy for the Firearms Training Center as a firearms instructor.
Are you certified as a firearms instructor?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And how did you get to that certification?
So the Commonwealth of Kentucky requires to be a firearms instructor that you have to have a certification through the Department of Criminal Justice Training, which is also a Kentucky Law Enforcement Council certified course to be a firearms instructor, which for me with the time period when I went was a 2-week certifiable course. In addition to that, there's also a Kentucky Law Enforcement Council course to be a course or to be an instructor for the Kentucky Law Enforcement Council is also a DOCJT, Department of Criminal Justice Training course. That was a 2-week course as well.
As firearms instructor, where do you conduct the trainings and the qualification for officers?
Most of the trainings and qualifications for the Louisville Metro Police Department are held at the Louisville Metro Police Firearms Training Center here within Louisville, Jefferson County. We have a facility there that has an indoor range. But because we are limited sometimes based upon the training we're trying to do, that we have to go to other off-site facilities that have outdoor ranges. But most of the training and qualifications are done at our facility here in Louisville, Jefferson County.
As firearms instructor, did you conduct the fall 2019 qualification and training for the Louisville officers?
I was one of the firearms instructors present during that year and during that fall 2019.
And what date was that training and qualification?
So the training and qualification for fall usually will start around September and then go until into the month of December.
And you were asked to provide documentation that the defendant, Brett Hankison, participated on that day in qualification and training.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, that training was a full day.
Yes, ma'am. It was a
Correct.
full 8-hour day.
Is that normally the case with the fall training?
So our agency typically over the years has strived to always have, there's 2 qualifications that the officers go through, a spring and also a fall qualification. The spring usually may be an on-duty qualification, meaning you're coming in and qualifying and leaving, or you may be there for 4 hours, just depends upon the structure. But traditionally the fall, the agency has usually chosen that to be an 8-hour day to where at that point there's qualifications as well as training that's conducted.
requested Commonwealth Exhibit 149. And does that document show the schedule for the fall training in 2019?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And it fairly and accurately depicts the actual schedule that took place that day for the officers.
Yes, ma'am.
So would move to admit Exhibit 149 and display for the jury.
No objection.
All right, it'll be so admitted.
Behind you now and over to your right is a display of the schedule for the fall training. And I'm going to hand you a laser pointer and ask that you explain to the jury what was the schedule.
Yes, ma'am. So, as I stated previously, the agency's tried to have a qualification time period of twice a year. With that, the fall's traditionally been the 8-hour day. During that, it's structured in such that I mentioned qualifications and also training. So the officers, when they first arrive, they come into the classroom. They arrive into the classroom. There's a sign-in sheet where they'll sign their name and their code number to verify that they're present at that time during that training. With that, too, we will have a firearms inspection. So usually that fall qualification is the time period, as I'll get into in a minute, that they qualify with all firearms that they choose to use within the job or for off-duty while within Jefferson County. Since they have to qualify with those at that time period, the weapons are inspected to meet policy to make sure that they fall within policy as well as the specifications for the Firearms Training Center. So we conduct a firearms inspection of those firearms at that time period, and then we go into a PowerPoint which covers some different things that we wish to discuss during the time period. Usually that's where this slide that's on the screen is also included within that PowerPoint to show and give the officers an idea of what they're going to be doing for the day. So in that PowerPoint, we will go over a refresher on a low light handheld flashlight review and refreshing the officers on that, as well as getting into fundamentals of marksmanship, and we did a review on those as well, and then telling them also about what else is needed or going to be exposed to for them for the day, such as the duty ammo change out that comes at the end of the day. So as they progress through it, we tell them that we'll do the fundamentals review in the classroom. Once we're done with that, then we will break and we will go over to the adjacent range that's next door to the classroom building. And when we get over there, the first qualification that the officers will get their loadout for and load their magazines for will be that Class A on-duty handgun low-light qualification. That one there is the officers, that's their full-size duty pistol by policy that they would be carrying when they're in uniform with their gun belt on, conducting their daily job duties, if that's whatever that full-size pistol is by policy. So everybody would do that low-light handgun qualification, and then immediately after that, the lights would fully come on within the range, and then we would progress through those officers that have any of these next listed firearms, and we'll work down through all of those. Once we've completed those and conducted the qualifications for all of those that have those firearms or they're continuing to carry those and qualifying with them, then we would break for lunch. After lunch, they'd return, and what we did in fall of 2019 is we broke the class up into two different groups. One group went to the range for handgun fundamentals training, and then the other group went and did a selected simulation or situation on the firearms training simulator within the classroom building. Once each group completed their tasks, then they would swap and switch so that the other group that had just done the firearms simulator would go do the handgun fundamentals training, and then those that just completed the fundamentals training would come do the firearms simulator. During that time period is that we told the officers that while they were waiting to do the simulator, they had time during this, if they wished to do so, then they could clean their firearms as well and accomplish firearms cleaning during that portion of time. At the end, before they left, we swap out duty ammunition. We go through a procedure that after a certain number of years within the agency, that the duty ammunition will be swapped out for new fresh duty ammunition due to being exposed to climate conditions, different types of atmosphere situations that they needed. We need to replace that ammunition to give them newer ammunition. And we go over this schedule with them, as I said, within that PowerPoint during the beginning.
So the PowerPoint is done in the classroom in the morning, the fundamentals review, and you said that included marksmanship. Would that include review of how to use the sights on the weapon, on the
So,
gun?
yes, ma'am. In fall of 2019, we wanted to also emphasize to the officers a review again about the fundamentals of marksmanship, and particularly pistol marksmanship, and working on that and just trying to instill the importance of practicing the fundamentals of pistol marksmanship appropriately. So we would go over what those were during that time period while they were in the classroom, and just refresh them on it, demonstrate some of that to them as well to give them a better idea once we've gone over to the range building.
In the PowerPoint, is there a slide and an explanation of firearms safety rules?
Yes, ma'am, there is. I believe it was on the fourth slide. There's a slide titled Firearms Safety Rules.
And I'm handing you a document marked Commonwealth Exhibit 150. Is that the slide number 4 that you just described,
Yes, ma'am, it is.
listing firearms safety rules?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the slide, that document, a fair and accurate representation of the slide that was used in the PowerPoint?
Yes, ma'am.
Would move to admit Exhibit 150
No objection.
It'll be so admitted.
and display for the jury. Now, if you would point to the screen behind you and explain for us the bullet points under the firearms safety rules that were discussed during the morning training.
Yes, ma'am. So, again, as we go through the PowerPoint, and this being the fourth slide that was present within that PowerPoint presentation that was given to the officers in the classroom, we go through the importance in just refreshing their memory of the firearms safety rules as they were told and taught and instructed on, whether they were in their police recruit training academy in the very beginning to even every time they deal with or are exposed to firearms. And refreshing them, we have the firearms safety rules. The first is treat all weapons as if they're loaded. Another way to think about that is know the status of every weapon system that you have at all times. Just being aware and treating it that it's loaded and being aware of what status that firearm is within. All right. The second one is the always keeping the muzzle pointed in a safe direction. Just being aware and being cognizant is that the muzzle end and ultimately where the bullet is going to be coming out of the firearm, being aware of where that muzzle's pointing it, and we're not going to cross or point the muzzle at something that we're not wanting to use the firearm on. The third is the keeping your trigger finger high and outside the trigger guard until you've made the decision to shoot. Ultimately, understanding is that what is going to make that firearm to be able to operate is the trigger mechanism, the trigger on that pistol. And with that is understanding is that keeping that trigger finger high and away from the trigger until you've made that decision that you're going to shoot. And then the fourth is always knowing your target or your threat in the foreground and the background. So it's always knowing what your threat or your target is that you've identified, but then also knowing what's around it, what's in front of it, what's beside it, what's beyond it, what's behind it, things like that.
And we'll come back to that last one as we move through. Now, you stated that after the classroom presentation, that you would then move to the range and actually begin the qualification process.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you stated that the first weapon to be qualified with, or the first circumstance, was a low light situation.
Yes, ma'am,
Would you
that's correct.
explain what that is?
Yes, ma'am. So we have within our agency by policy that out of those two qualifications that are done a year that I mentioned to you, one being the spring qualification and one being the fall, one of those two qualifications, one is done in a daylight setting and one is done in a low light setting. Low light is not completely no light, but it's where you have still some present ambient light that we are able to leave some lights on in the range to provide some ambient light to the officers while they're out there qualifying and giving some illumination. So it's a low light setting, and that qualification was the one that was conducted during the fall 2019 qualification.
And now I'm handing you a document marked Commonwealth Exhibit 151.
Thank you.
Can you explain what that document is?
we're going to put it on the screen.
Well, we will after you
Okay,
explain
sorry.
and tell
Thank
us what's on it.
So this document that you just handed me was the LMPD pistol low light qualification. It describes ultimately the loadout, the target tree that's utilized for the scoring of that qualification, the scoring, how that's done, as well as the stages that encompass that, the 10 stages for the qualification.
And that document accurately reflects this, what is asked of the officer for low light qualification.
Yes, ma'am.
Would move to admit Exhibit 151 and display to the jury.
No objection.
It'll be so admitted.
Okay, now you can look at the document on the screen with your pointer. Maybe we can enlarge it and just scroll down. So you said that there are how many stages for the low light qualification?
The low light qualification has 10 stages.
And so we see stage 1. Just explain what they have to do in stage 1.
Yes, ma'am. So stage 1 would be at the 3-yard line. You'll see that there's columns that notate here. So stage 1 starting will be at the 3-yard line. And they were going to be firing 3 rounds for each repetition. And there's going to be 2 repetitions for this stage. They're going to start from a forward grip at the hip or a loaded shoulder with the flashlight. So as the procedure column will define that a little further, I'll read it to you. It says that their officers are going to be starting from the holster. Start holstered, and the flashlight is being held in a forward grip at the hip position with the handheld flashlight, or in a loaded shoulder position with the flashlight. The light is already going to be on, so it's simulating that they're maybe walking up to a car on a vehicle traffic stop. They may be walking around a building on a burglar alarm or a burglary in progress situation, something like that, to where maybe they're trying to survey a perimeter. So they're holding a handheld flashlight in one of these 2 positions. The light's already on, and then once the threat and the targets would turn to face, on how our range is set up, is once the targets would face, then that is symbolizing that a threat, an active threat, is now present. And with that active threat now being present, the officers would draw from the holster and fire 3 rounds, strong hand only. So firing full extension, putting the arm all the way out to full extension, and firing 3 rounds while still holding that flashlight from a loaded shoulder or a forward grip position. They have 6 seconds for that stage. That means while that target is then turned or facing and exposed at that time period, until it edges and goes to where it's no longer showing. With that, there's 2 repetitions, as I stated, so they would do this twice, which gets you 6 rounds for the stage, and then keeping up with the round count for total on the far right column, there's 6 rounds that would be done for that stage, if done according to the stage.
What does the target look like?
The target is our LMPD standard qualification target. It's a blue target. It's based off of an IPSC, International Practical Shooting Confederation target, to where basically what that is that you have the outline of a silhouette. You have a head and you have a body, and then there were scoring zones within that area. An outer line, similar as we could maybe call like a Coke bottle or like a bottle. And then you have an inner line or an A zone rectangular area in the middle. Okay, and that's what that target would be that was utilized, and it's the LMPD standard qualification target that would be used for firearms training then.
So it's the silhouette of a human body.
Yes, ma'am. It's basically the target is about the size of, for example, it's the size of about the size of a human body as far as height and width, and the targetry would be about the size of probably a poster board, for example, symbolizing that width as also that height. And it goes from the head, where you have the symbolic of the silhouette of the head, down to about where the belt buckle region or pelvic girdle area would start.
And the targets are moved by mechanical means during these exercises?
Yes, ma'am. So the targetry on this indoor range that we utilize, that I've been talking about and mentioning, when it is working appropriately, is that it does face an edge, and it's done through a remote. That basically the remote that the instructor or another assisting instructor on the line would help to control that, to have that targetry then face or then to go away into edge.
So go on to stage 2, please.
Yes, ma'am. So stage 2, we'll see here is at the 3-yard line. There's going to be 5 rounds that are going to be fired during this repetition. There's only 1 repetition of this, and this is where you're utilizing ambient light. I mentioned earlier that this is a low light qualification, not a no light qualification. Being that it's a low light qualification, there is lights that we leave on in the rear of the range to provide some ambient light to the officers while they're out there. That ambient light, how is it used? In this case, during the procedure, is they're starting from the holster, meaning they're having to draw their firearm from the holster, using ambient light that they have on the range with their night sights that they have on their pistols to identify that active threat that exists. They're going to draw and they're going to fire 5 rounds, strong hand supported. Strong hand supported is with both hands. Normal 2-hand shooting. Strong hand is with the pistols in, and then supported with their support hand or their weak hand. They would draw and fire 5 rounds, strong hand supported. The targets would be exposed for 6 seconds. There'd be a total of 5 rounds, which would get you your total of 11 so far for what stages have been completed.
And then the 3rd stage.
Could you scroll down a little bit, please? So on the 3rd stage, we have here at the 5-yard line, there's going to be 5 rounds as well expended. There's going to be 1 repetition. This is going to be ambient light again with a reload, an emergency reload that's conducted. The officers are starting from the holster. They're using the ambient light, again with their night sights, to identify the threat. They're going to draw and fire 5 rounds, strong hand supported, reloading as necessary. They have 10 rounds or 10 seconds to complete this stage in. 10 seconds to complete the 5 rounds with an emergency reload within that time period while the target's facing. That's going to be 5 rounds expended to increase the total to 16.
Okay. The 4th stage.
4th stage, at the 5-yard line, 5 rounds, 1 repetition using a handheld flashlight. They're going to be starting from the holster with the handheld flashlight. They can start that either from a loaded shoulder or a forward grip position. But with this, once the threat presents itself and they identify that threat, then at that point they are going to transition to a handheld flashlight technique of their choice. So starting from a loaded shoulder or a forward grip at the hip, they could go to one of the other handheld flashlight techniques that the department utilizes that we refresh them on during that PowerPoint at the beginning of the day. They then would activate their flashlight to identify their threat and realize it's an active threat. They're going to draw and fire 5 rounds using the flashlight technique of their choice as I've described to you. They have 7 seconds for that stage, 5 rounds total again to raise it to 21 rounds that have been expended thus far.
Let's pause here, and I would ask you to explain, because you've mentioned it a couple times, what is an active threat?
Yes, ma'am. So I'll define what a threat is and then what an active threat is. So ultimately, in training, we try to emphasize and say is that what is a threat? A threat is an observation or a person that has raised some intention, some type of alarm, some type of cause that possible threat of death or physical injury may be imminent. Okay? That's what a threat is. An active threat is when it's rose to that level at that point that we know that an immediate threat or risk of death or serious injury has occurred or will occur. Okay? So active threat is that it's risen to that level. So what do we use when we identify? All right, as I've explained on the procedures here, we talk about, and it notes in the procedure column here about identifying the threat, that comes into play with target identification. So identifying what that threat is and seeing that it's a threat. So that's when I mentioned active threat versus threat. That's what those are.
So threat could be a person just standing there with a gun.
Correct.
And how does that person standing there with a gun then become an active threat?
If the person has made a movement or to cause to say that potentially that it is increased to where now there's an immediate risk of serious injury or death. So if that person then that's as Ms. Whaley has described if they're holding the gun down by their side, but then now makes a movement to bring the gun up towards not only maybe the individual that's receiving that, the officer, or someone else, that they're trying to then bring the gun up on someone else. That then makes it becoming an active threat.
Okay, move on to stage 5.
You scroll up a little bit, please. Thank you. Stage 5, it's at the 7-yard line. There's 5 rounds that are expended during this stage for 1 repetition. Again, utilizing the handheld flashlight. They're going to start holstered with the handheld flashlight, beginning at either that loaded shoulder or forward grip at the hip position. The light will be on at this time, and then once the target's face and then the threat presents itself and the officers identify the threat, then they're going to draw and fire 5 rounds using a handheld flashlight technique of your choice. All right, they would use that handheld flashlight technique that they wish to use for those 5 rounds. They have 9 seconds that the target is facing and exposed for a total of 5, getting us to 26 total.
And stage 6.
Stage 6 moves to the 10-yard line. 5 rounds are expended, 1 repetition. At this time, it's still with the handheld flashlight, but it also is building in an emergency reload. They're starting from holster with their handheld flashlight. Again, it's the handheld flashlight is in a loaded shoulder or forward grip position with the light already on, illuminating downrange. Once the threat faces and they identify that that is a threat, an active threat, then they're going to draw and fire 5 rounds using a flashlight technique of their choice. And then they're going to conduct, whenever it occurs for them, an emergency reload to reload. And then if they have not expended or have not completed all 5 rounds, then they would finish and complete those 5 rounds. They have 14 seconds to complete this stage in, 5 seconds for this stage, 31 total so far.
And stage 7.
Stage 7 is at the 10-yard line again. They will expend 4 rounds, 1 repetition. This stage, if the officer is equipped and has on their firearm a weapon-mounted light, then they may utilize the weapon-mounted light, or they may utilize the handheld flashlight. If they do not have the weapon-mounted light, they would use the handheld flashlight for the remainder of the qualification. If they have the weapon-mounted light, they can choose to use that. If the weapon-mounted light were to fail, the batteries were to fail, then they need to go back to using the handheld flashlight as they would normally do so. This stage is done from a compressed ready. Compressed ready is what we call position 3 of the draw. In a typical 4-step draw, when an officer is coming from the holster, step 1 to step 2 to step 3 to 4 full extension. Step 3 of the draw is here, it's compressed. It's at a ready position, it's compressed against the body, the muzzle barrel is level with the threat, and the front sight is in our peripheral vision. All right, and that's what a compressed ready is. So the officer is out of the holster at a position 3, compressed ready position, and they may utilize either the weapon-mounted light or at this compressed ready position, they can have the handheld flashlight in a technique of how they choose or how they wish to hold it. They may do so at this position. Going to the procedure section is that from that compressed ready position, when the threat presents itself, they will acquire and identify that target or that threat, and they're going to fire those 4 rounds, and they can utilize, again, either the weapon-mounted light or they can utilize the handheld flashlight. All right. They have 6 seconds for that stage to complete it, expending 4 rounds, getting to a total of 35.
And stage 8.
Stage 8 stays at the 10-yard line, 4 rounds expended, 1 repetition. Weapon-mounted light or handheld light. This time they're coming from the holster. So if they have a handheld flashlight that they choose to use, they can start that from a forward grip at the hip or a loaded shoulder, just like they've previously done. And then once the threat presents itself and they identify it, they're coming from the holster, they're drawing, and they're firing 4 rounds using the weapon-mounted light or the flashlight. They have 8 seconds to complete this in, 4 total rounds, getting to a total of 39 rounds.
When you say 4 yards or 3 yards or 5 yards, is that the distance from where the officer is standing to where the target would appear?
Yes, ma'am. So the targetry, the target stands are fixed, and they're in a position there on the bases of the target stands. And then within the range that we have, the indoor range, there's lines marking the floor as well as on the wall, marking the yardage distances for each line where it states in that second column where the yardage lines are.
And stage 9.
Stage 9 moves back to the 15-yard line. There's 3 rounds expended for 1 repetition. Utilizing either, again, a weapon-mounted light or handheld flashlight, they're starting this one at the compressed ready as they did previously. From the compressed ready position, when the threat presents itself, they're going to acquire that threat and that target, identifying it, and firing 3 rounds using their weapon-mounted light or their flashlight. 6 seconds is the time that they have for that, for the exposure of the target. 3 rounds expended gets them to 42 rounds total.
What does the phrase there, acquire target, what does that mean? How is that accomplished?
Yes, so ultimately is that talking about the fundamentals of marksmanship and pistol marksmanship in particular here is that you have to acquire your target and utilizing those appropriately. So when we talk about the marksmanship principles and we talk about stance or your position, we talk about your grip. We talk about when you come from the holster, you're getting a sight alignment. As you're pressing out, you're starting to align those sights. And then you're also then getting a sight picture, which is properly aligned sights on your target. You're doing breathing, you're focusing on your breathing, you're doing trigger control, and then you follow through and recovery as you're doing your shots. So with this, as we talk about, when it mentions here about acquiring the target, that's building in ultimately is that I'm practicing all of those fundamentals and putting them all together appropriately. And then when I'm acquiring my target, getting good sight alignment, getting good sight picture, at that point too is I'm also identifying my target, all right, and identifying what the target is. I'm isolating that target, and I'm also understanding about what's around it when I talk about earlier with the background or mentioned that 4th firearm safety rule.
Stage 10.
Stage 10 stays at the 15-yard line. 3 rounds are expended. There's 1 repetition for this. This is a weapon-mounted light or handheld. They're going to come from the holster on this last stage, draw and firing 3 rounds utilizing their weapon-mounted light or their flashlight. They have 8 seconds for this stage to be completed, and then that's 3 rounds that should be expended for this stage, getting to them a total of 45 rounds.
Handing you document Mark Chronicles Exhibit 152. Also, handing you this box, evidence box. What is Exhibit 152?
What you handed me for Exhibit 152 is the Louisville Metro Police Department's firearms qualification form. This one is the one that we utilized, and also for fall of 2019, and it shows Detective Hankison's information as well as scoring that's listed on here.
So it's a score sheet and all the specific details of the gun he used for the low light qualification.
Yes, ma'am. As well as listing other information about other firearms that may be utilized or were utilized for this qualification.
He, and we're not going to go through it in detail, but he also qualified on another pistol in addition to the duty weapon that day.
Yes, ma'am. There is another secondary duty plainclothes service pistol that's listed on this form.
And is that, you signed that form, the score sheet?
Yes, ma'am. My signature and name and code number are printed on the instructor portion of the qualification sheet.
And so it fairly and accurately depicts the score, the gun, and so forth.
Yes, ma'am.
Move to admit Exhibit 152.
No objection.
It'll be so admitted.
Now, If you would, open the evidence box there and identify that as the duty weapon used by Detective Hankison on the low light qualification that day.
Yes, ma'am.
You can verify the serial number.
So looking at the serial number on the receiver frame of the pistol, it states LMPD 0256, which corresponds to the serial number LMPD 0256 listed on the qualification sheet that has been introduced and you placed in front of me.
Okay. Now, what was the score for the low light qualification 10 stages that you just went through? What was the score?
The score listed here for the raw score for Detective Hankison was 225.
And how does that, what was the possible score?
The maximum points that were possible were 225 points. That was the maximum that was listed.
So it was a perfect score.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the document there, I think the third block down in the middle, says WML make. What is that?
Yes, ma'am. So as I stated previously, weapon-mounted light. So on this form, it notates whether they had a weapon-mounted light or not, and we're utilizing that. In this case, it's marked yes, and then the weapon-mounted light make, or WML as it's abbreviated, would typically correspond to the manufacturer for that light. And then the model on the next section, WML model, would correspond to the model for that light.
And so, what does a weapon-mounted light do? I know you explained earlier that the officers could use either the weapon-mounted light or the handheld flashlight. So, how does that work?
So with the handheld flashlight is through the techniques that we utilize, you're still shooting one-handed, but you're shooting supported with the handheld flashlight. In placement, depending upon the technique that you're doing, you're still shooting one-handed with the handheld flashlight. Whereas with the weapon-mounted light is actually attached through a rail that's on the pistol. If I may demonstrate to show you, just right here on some of the models of the pistol.
Can you hold that up just a little bit?
Some models of the pistol, there is a rail that some of them may have, such as this one right here. That rail has an opportunity providing where if the officers wish to have and to utilize to carry that, then can place a weapon-mounted light. The weapon-mounted light, by being mounted on the pistol, affords the officers the opportunity to then shoot with a normal two-handed grip to putting two hands on the pistol, all right, to be able to provide that better platform and support to it throughout and practicing the fundamentals of marksmanship appropriately.
So the exercises with the weapon-mounted light are still designed to hit the target.
Can you?
They're still in the ambient light, as you explained earlier. Using the weapon-mounted light or the handheld light, the idea is to be able to see the target better?
Yes, so the weapon-mounted light or the handheld, either one that's utilized, will help to illuminate what that threat is and to identify if that is an active threat or if it's a threat, as the example we gave previously, that somebody's holding a gun down to their side, for example, that's not risen to the level of an active threat. So the light, whether it be a weapon-mounted light or a handheld, helps to be able to identify the threat.
And during any of those exercises with the stages you went through, is there ever a object placed in between the officer and the target?
For the qualification that we conduct in this qualification here, no, there's not an object that's placed in between. They have their yardage that they're set at, as I described in the qualification, and then they have their target on what lane they're shooting on that they have downrange.
Could you point out where on the gun there, if you want to hold that back up, where the sights are?
Yes, ma'am. So the sights on here, you'll have your front sight towards the front of the pistol, and then you'll have your rear sight here towards the rear of the pistol, if you can see it. Rear sight and front sight.
And how are they used?
So as I mentioned previously, is that you have to have proper sight alignment. So aligning the front sight and the rear sight notch, having where in a terminology that's easy for people to kind of understand, especially new to shooters and remember, is kind of equal height, equal light. So using my fingers as an example, if this is the front sight and this is the rear sight, and I'm trying to align those, and I'm getting equal height across the sights, the front and the rear, when that front sight is in the rear sight notch, and I'm getting equal light. I'm aligning that front sight in the rear sight notch, so that way that there's equal light on both sides, or that it's aligned properly. That gets us sight alignment, and that's what that is.
And point out where the trigger is.
The trigger on this Glock 22 Generation 4 .40 caliber is right here. This is the trigger within the trigger guard.
And where is the finger in relation to the trigger during these exercises?
So as we state within the third firearm safety rule, is the trigger finger is kept high outside the trigger guard. So typically we will tell officers that they should have that trigger finger placed high up here on the slide, where that it's away from the trigger. That way is that they do not place the finger, obviously, as the third rule of firearm safety, as I've shared with you, inside the trigger or on the trigger until they made the decision to shoot. So it's high on the slide.
Now, during the actual shooting, does the finger stay on the trigger for each round?
So could you expand on that, what you mean exactly?
Do they have to so if they're expected to shoot 5 rounds in one of the exercises, does the finger have to come back out and put in a high position after each round?
No, ma'am. The trigger finger would stay on the trigger, utilizing the function of the pistol and how it operates and how it should be utilized appropriately. It has a trigger reset, so then that way as the gun cycles and goes through its cycle of action, then at that point, then the trigger would reset, and then the officer is resetting the trigger and then staying at that wall, as we call it, and then they're able to then, once they've done proper follow-through and recovery, where the front sight has settled back down, back on their active threat that they have, and they have proper sight alignment again and proper sight picture, and the front sight settles back down, the trigger is reset, and then they're ready if they have to fire, if it's necessary to fire that second shot, that third shot, that fourth shot, or in your example, the fifth shot.
So the trigger is reset after every shot.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you would scroll down to there we see the second gun that the defendant, Hankison, qualified with on that day,
Yes, ma'am.
and that was also a Glock. What kind of gun was that?
That was a Glock 26 model, and it was the serial number's listed there, and it's 9mm caliber, and it was a personally owned firearm.
9mm.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was his score on that qualification?
The score for this one, which was conducted with the lights on, it's our normal pistol qualification, was listed of a raw score of 214.
And so this was a different, instead of the low light that you went through earlier, this was a daylight qualification.
Yes, ma'am.
Then, just go ahead and scroll. There would be an opportunity for a shotgun and a rifle. Did the defendant qualify with either a shotgun or a rifle on this day?
No, ma'am, there's not either a shotgun or a rifle. It's listed on the qualification sheet.
but that would be common. An officer could qualify for all four then, actually.
Yes, ma'am. They ultimately, as was on the schedule that was introduced earlier, is that any firearm that they wish to continue to utilize in the performance of their duties, or carry as an off-duty pistol while within Jefferson County, they are to qualify with.
Scroll down to the bottom there. And what is noted there on instructor comments?
Yes, ma'am. So it states there, instructor comments, remove shotgun and rifle. It's just an administrative note for us internally within our firearms training center, is that if an officer that had previously qualified with a firearm no longer wishes to carry or qualify with that firearm, we make an administrative note so that way we can take it out of the active database or inventory and place it in the inactive to show that they're no longer utilizing or do not have a current qualification for that firearm.
So that's why that note was made there,
Yes, ma'am.
because he did not qualify for a shotgun or rifle.
Yes, ma'am.
And the date we see down here for that qualification,
The date that's listed on the qualification form is 10/21 of 19, October 21st of 2019.
and then on the left, he signed, and that's your signature on the right.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you told us earlier that in the afternoon, there was exercises with simulators. And you said there were two different exercises, that half the group would do one and then they'd switch. Was there one called the DOT training?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
So we emphasized, and as I stated earlier, when we have the officers for an 8-hour training day or an 8-hour day, we accomplish qualifications, but a qualification is simply a qualification. We also want to emphasize forms of training. So being that it was discussed in the PowerPoint at the beginning of the day and talking about the fundamentals of marksmanship and particularly pistol marksmanship, is we're trying to emphasize and work on that during the training portion for the officers. So during that, the handgun fundamentals training is we were trying to emphasize and work on with the officers during that afternoon. One of those afternoon segments and portions was on proper handgun marksmanship fundamentals.
Handing you what's marked Commonwealth's Exhibit 153. And explain what's shown in that document. There's 2 pages there.
Yes, ma'am. So the first page that you handed me, the one on the top, the first page lists out a picture of the upper portion of one of the training targets we were utilizing for this handgun fundamentals dot training. And we have under each of those dots, or each section corresponds to what the course of fire and the training that was conducted during this training portion of the dot training. The second page is another dot training target that's titled or has a term dot torture, but it has, similar to the first picture or page, it has the same type of training thoughts and concepts.
So do those documents accurately reflect the dot training?
Yes, ma'am.
Move to admit Exhibit 153.
No objection.
They'll be so admitted.
So here we see the dots. Can you explain, starting from the top left, what is involved with this training?
Yes, ma'am. So again, ultimately is that it's working on proper utilization of pistol marksmanship fundamentals. So with that is that we are emphasizing to the officers and the students that we're working with them, taking a test or a qualification out of the equation and just trying to get where someone as an individual and as a student can relax to be able to learn in a proper atmosphere, to be able to learn the proper application of those fundamentals. And if they're not doing something correctly, we help diagnose what they're not doing correctly to help them fix it for proper utilization of the fundamentals. We want to get them to the point we always emphasize of self-diagnostics, to where they can self-diagnose what they're doing incorrectly, so that way they can fix it if something's not working appropriately for them in utilization of the fundamentals. For this drill, starting from the top left, we have a series of 4 dots along the top. This first one states from the 3-yard line, they're starting from that position 3 or compressed ready, already out of the holster as we've talked about previously. And then either on the target or the threat facing at that point, or either on the command. They are told of command of fire or shoot or threat, that they are told then to press out to full extension, position 4, and they're going to put a single shot in this dot. They will continue this, if instructed by the instructor at the time, to continue to do so each time a single shot from position 3 to position 4, practicing the fundamentals properly, following through and recovering appropriately each time till they've done all 5 rounds within that first dot.
Now, is this done, this is back out on the range?
Yes, ma'am. This is done on the range with an instructor walking through and or demonstrating each stage or each section before they do it and explaining it.
But as opposed to the morning with the silhouette, moving silhouette target, these are dots, actually.
Well, and that silhouette target was a facing or an edging, not a moving laterally, but it was a facing or edging, and that was with a silhouette. This is one, yes, ma'am, working with using the dots for the training.
Okay, go on.
So in the next dot over to the right, it states also from the 3-yard line, starting from position 3 or that compressed ready, the officer would press out to position 4 full extension and then would do a controlled pair. A controlled pair is firing 2 rounds, and it's controlled because there is a sight picture for both of those shots. All right, it's not quickly, rapidly pulling the trigger twice. It's making sure that you have that sight picture, the sight alignment sight picture comes back that you have for that second shot. And then getting proper follow through and recovery after that and utilization of the fundamentals. They will continue to do that for a total of 5 times to get where they get a total of 10 rounds that have been expended.
Go ahead to the next dot.
The next one over is moving back to the 5-yard line. They're also doing this from position 3 or compressed ready. And these again is similar to what they did on the first one, except we've added 2 yards to it. They move back only 2 yards. And they're doing the same thing, single shots, until they've done 5 rounds at this stage. The last one is similar to what they did on the second one, but again, it's at the 5-yard line, 2 yards further back from, again, position 3 or compressed ready, doing now controlled pairs until they've done 5 controlled pairs to get the total of 10 rounds expended.
Now, number 1 at the bottom.
So on this target, can you scroll up a little bit, please? So on the number 1 at the bottom here, this one's done from the 7-yard line. This one, they are drawing from the holster. The dot size is increased just a little bit, but the focus is still, they need to have the focus to be able to try to keep those rounds in that number, for example, all right? So they're doing this from the 7-yard line. They're coming from the holster, and they're firing a single shot. They're going to do that each time from the holster 3 times till they've done 3 rounds.
Now, the last 2, that's a combination. That's the 6th.
Yes, ma'am. So for the last one we have here with the next 2 numbered dots, we have that this is from the 7-yard line. This is also coming from the holster and to where they're having multiple targets. They're going to utilize a controlled pair or 2 rounds per target. This has been done in methods of either having it done where you have 1 target, such as this up there, and they're transitioning between 2 and 3 as their 2 multiple targets, or a target that's next to them, their partner's target, to give more span, may be that they would say that you're shooting on your number 2 target, and then your partner to the right's number 2 target. They're shooting on their 3 target, your 3 target. So that way you get more span that you have there. This is simulating with multiple targets, is that you may have 2 individuals that are active threats that you have to engage, but you have to perceive and identify the level of those threats, if it's a threat or an active threat. But then also with that is, if, for example, if I have somebody that's armed with a pistol and I have somebody that's armed with a long gun, all right, which one is the one that I maybe need to deal with first, because they're active threats trying to either hurt me or someone else, is that in this case with multiple targets, as I'm addressing the one with the long gun first and then going to the one with the pistol, and then indexing back over to the first one to ensure that they're no longer still an active threat. So that's that last 2 dots trained on multiple targets, dealing with 2 different targets in controlled pairs.
In addition to the dot training, was there an active shooter training in the afternoon?
Yes, ma'am. So what was listed on the schedule at the beginning was the firearm simulator training. So the firearm simulator training, there was a scenario that was selected. The chief's office at the time stated that to utilize the firearm simulator and to pick an active aggressor or active shooter type of response that an officer may face, and to utilize that as the scenario within the training.
And explain how that training works. You said it's a simulator. Can you explain?
Yes, ma'am. So the firearm simulator basically is a computer-based system with a screen. You have some simulated cover that you could have within that room. The officer is standing on a line in front of that screen with a projector and also the speakers providing sound to the situation. The officer's there in front of the screen, and at that point, they're also equipped with a Glock, similar to a Glock pistol. It's one that is not functioning or reciprocating for us, but that the trigger will reset in it, and it also is equipped with a laser device to be able to synchronize or link up with the computer system that we're utilizing in the screen. They're faced with pre-recorded situations on this computer-based system, to whereas it may be a situation that an officer may face, and the officer is having to go through the situation utilizing their training, their de-escalation skills, to be able to realize what tools may be necessary or what techniques are necessary to handle the situation. How that officer responds in the scenario appropriately, or how they respond to what they do, dictates how the instructor that controls the station of how the scenario continues or how it goes. So basically, there is a firearms instructor or an instructor that's in that room that is controlling the loading of the scenario, as well as that officer or student is going through the training.
So it's actually a video of a person that they would then, in various positions, that could become or not an active threat.
Yes, ma'am. There's pre-recorded videos that have been pre-recorded by the company and uploaded to the system, and those are depicting different types of sounds, visual things that they may see, as well as different types of threats or active threats that they may encounter.
So and I guess the goal of the exercise is to make sure they don't shoot when it's not appropriate active threat.
The goal of the active shooter one was ultimately it's gauging on appropriate active shooter, active aggressive response by a law enforcement officer, and utilizing all the skills and training that the officer has had, whether it be from firearms, whether it be from active aggressor training. It's putting all of them together and all those skills and training to be able to utilize it appropriately.
Now, back to your definition of threat. Can a muzzle flash in and of itself be a threat?
Based on my definition of a threat, a muzzle flash is a threat.
Explain.
So, as I stated, is that if you have a muzzle flash, or if you have a muzzle or gunfire, the sound of gunfire, is that potentially, in my definition that I stated earlier, a threat? Yes, because a threat is, as I stated, an observation or a person that has provided some instance, some type of warning, some type of occurrence that raises the possibility of some type of death or serious injury, that it could be imminent.
So how would a muzzle flash become an active threat?
So translating over to an active threat, when you have an active threat, you have an active threat that immediately poses immediate risk of death or serious injury. With that comes all the fundamentals that we've discussed and I've talked about before, where it comes into play with target identification, target isolation, and your target background, as tied in with the 4th firearm safety rule.
So you would need to see something more than just a flash for it to be an active threat.
Based on our training that I've discussed, is you would need to have those fundamentals and those practices in place.
And so what would you need to see?
You need to have target identification, you need to have target isolation, and understanding of the target background.
And what is target identification?
So target identification is identification of what that perceived threat is and what level of that threat it is. That if it's just a threat, as we gave examples of, or if it's an active threat. That's identifying that target and what it is.
And what's target isolation?
Target isolation is understanding that I'm isolating what that perceived threat or target is, what level it is, but then isolating it from any others that are in close proximity or the area around it.
And target background?
Target background feeds into understanding what that fourth firearm safety rule is, of ultimately understanding what is around your perceived target or threat. When I say what's around it, what's in front of it, what's beside it, what's behind it, what's beyond it.
So you would need to go further to identify the target if you just see a muzzle flash.
Based on our training and what I've discussed. Yes, ma'am.
You would need to go further to identify a target
Yes, ma'am. Based on our training that I've discussed.
connected to just a muzzle flash.
Yes, ma'am.
And is a target or a threat, can a threat be other than a person with a gun who's creating an active threat? In other words, could it be an animal situation?
Can you state that again?
Other than a person with a gun that would be an active threat, is there another entity that could be an active threat, such as a wild animal getting ready to attack the officer?
Yes. I mean, if you had, our policy also allows for, is that if someone's being, if the officer or another person is being attacked by an animal, that a firearm may be discharged in that case due to what they're being faced with that as well.
And the officer is trained to be, before shooting in response to threat, is trained to be able to see the threat.
Going back to target identification. Yes, ma'am.
That's the same thing as seeing the threat, identifying it.
Yes, identifying the threat. It goes back to and corresponding to the qualification and what we talked about there is identifying the threat.
Now, if the term shooting in response to active threat, shooting until the threat has ended, can you explain that?
Can you define or explain what your
Well-
question is?
Is that a term that's recognized? To shoot, is that a term that's used in training? Are officers trained to shoot until the active threat has stopped?
Yes, it's ultimately is that the officer, what they're perceived and what the action that's being produced that's causing that immediate threat of death or serious injury. Once that individual who's an active threat has ceased the demonstrated actions is when no longer that you would continue to respond accordingly with deadly force.
So in order for an officer to be continuing to respond with gunfire to an active threat, each and every time a target has to be identified.
You
Each
have,
and every time the officer shoots.
based on our training, you have to have those areas and those fundamentals as we've talked about.
Okay. I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gelhausen, you indicated you've been with LMPD for 14 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
What What is your rank? Or what is your title?
A police officer.
Police officer?
Yes, sir.
And during your 14-year career, have you always been assigned to the Firearms Training Center?
No, sir.
How long have you been at the Firearms Training Center?
Since 2018.
What other kind of assignments have you had?
I've also been assigned to other duties within the training academy as a patrol officer, as well as some other specialty area assignments.
Have you ever participated in the execution of a search warrant during your career?
Yes, sir.
How many times?
I can't tell you the exact number off the top of my head, sir.
Would you agree with me that service of a search warrant is an inherently dangerous task?
Yes, sir, it is.
Have you ever been fired on when serving a search warrant?
No, sir.
Okay, we've established that LMPD officers must qualify twice a year, correct?
Yes, sir.
The spring is a short 4-hour qualification.
4-hour time period or an on-duty that did come within an hour time block.
And then the fall qualification's the big one, correct?
Fall qualification is the 8-hour time period.
And you indicated that that runs from, what did you say, September through December?
Typically, it usually will start around September through December.
Okay, and I assume that you can't train everybody at the same time, correct?
What do you mean by that, sir?
Well, you can't train the whole department in one day. That's why it takes that period of time.
Correct, yes, sir.
So Brett Hankison, I think the document showed his fall qualification was October 21st or something like that.
Yes, I think as the document reflected, yes, sir.
And so he was with a group of how many people?
Usually for the fall qualifications, that the max sign up for that, or the number of people able to be enrolled for that time period, is 24 students.
And is that something that the officer himself signs up for, or does somebody say, here's the day you're going?
It could be either of those two.
Okay. The fall qualification, you indicated that there's some simulator training, correct?
Yes, sir.
First of all, there's a silhouette that they shoot at, is that right? Not in the simulator training, but in the initial qualification.
During the qualifications, yes, sir, there is a silhouette type of target for the
And
qualification target.
What, is that a paper target?
Yes, sir.
And they're shooting live rounds, correct?
Yes, sir.
Um,
Live range ammunition.
Which is different from,
It's different than the duty ammunition. It's basically, it's a range ammunition due to us being a lead-free frangible. It's a lead-free frangible ammunition because we're a lead-free range.
but does it have the same effect as duty ammunition?
The manufacturer states that it operates similarly but not the same.
And who chooses, there's a bazillion different kinds of ammunition, is that correct?
I don't know about
That may be an
there's
exaggeration.
a lot, yes, sir.
There's a lot, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who chooses the ammunition that the LMPD officers use?
So the Firearms Training Center does the research and provides the guidance, but ultimately the department command staff decides is what progression or what direction we're going. But most of the time, they're relying ultimately on the Firearms Training Center's guidance and research.
And does everybody on the department use the same ammunition?
For duty, are you referencing for duty ammunition?
For duty ammunition?
For duty ammunition, the department has one set type of duty ammunition for that caliber that officers are told that they should be carrying in accordance with policy.
And what kind of ammunition is that?
It's federal premium tactical, and it's a tactical hydroshock ammunition.
Okay, I don't know a whole lot about guns or ammunition, but I've heard the term hollow point versus round bullet. Is that a distinction?
It's similar, yes, it could be.
What is a hollow point?
So a hollow point was similarly like an HST or a hydroshock type of round, or the bullet, where maybe it'd be indented a little bit in the top, and then as you define, I think a round tip or a round point or a ball round or ammo would be where it does not have, it's lacking that, and it's just a round tip or a solid ball type of projectile.
And what type of projectiles do the LMPD officers use?
We use for duty use.
Yes.
For duty use, it's that federal premium HST tactical law enforcement round.
And is that a hollow point?
It's similar to, it's what federal calls their HST round.
What does that mean?
Without getting into the specifics and having it in front of me, I can't define and give you what federal calls it, but it's their HST round.
Okay, well, can you give me a basic lesson here in what a hollow point is versus a round point?
So yes, so the hollow point ultimately is in how it's designed by the manufacturer and how it's intended is kind of it as it makes contact with clothing, with fibers, with human tissue, it can kind of open up or mushroom a little bit where it comes into play with the stopping power, for lack of another word, but the stopping potential of that round and how it operates. And that's just giving you some basics. I don't have a lot of the certifications and knowledge to go in depth anymore on the rounds or anything, but it's giving you some basic understanding to answer your question there.
Okay, well, my understanding is that a hollow point is designed to strike something, spread out, and basically stop. Is that correct?
It could. It just depends upon the type of round and how it's manufactured and what the manufacturer's intended purpose is and the utilization by the agency.
And so if someone fires a hollow point, say at this wall here, is it supposed to stop it when it hits that wall?
Depends upon a lot of different circumstances, and every situation is ultimately different without being able to know the specifics of the utilization and the construction of the material.
Have you ever seen a hollow point shot through drywall?
I've not personally, no.
Does a rounded bullet generally travel farther than a hollow point?
I can't speak to or give you any explanation without having some better knowledge about that.
Okay. So the officers shoot at this paper silhouette target, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as I understood your testimony, it moves around?
Ultimately, it just faces and edges. Faces and then edges to go away is what that is. It does not move laterally.
And is that where Brett Hankison scored the perfect score?
Where was that?
When he was doing that qualification with the silhouette
The
target?
low light qualification was conducted on our range, yes, sir.
With the silhouette targets, correct?
With the LMPD standard qualification target, yes, sir.
And LMPD, if I understand the policy correctly, gives officers 3 opportunities to pass the test, correct?
Pretty much, sir, but yes, and then remedial training and then continued attempts.
And Brett Hankison qualified on his first attempt, is that right?
According to the exhibit in the qual sheet, yes, sir,
With a perfect score.
with the max score of 225.
And then on his off-duty weapon or his personal weapon, he scored, I forget, was it 219 out of 225? 214 out of 225?
214 out of 225, yes, sir.
Okay, would that indicate that he was fairly accurate with his shot placement?
It just depends ultimately, I don't recall or cannot remember exactly his qualification on that secondary duty plainclothes service pistol about his shot placement or where it was.
Okay, well, let's talk about his on-duty weapon, where he got 225 out of 225. Does that indicate that he's a fairly accurate marksman?
That ultimately is the standard of qualification for the agency. That's ultimately, there's a difference between qualification and training. And ultimately, a qualification, again, the agency sets what the qualification is, just like the Commonwealth of Kentucky state law sets what a qualification is for active duty officers. The agency adds to that with a qualification, but that's not training. We complete a qualification, but a qualification is kind of a completing the qual, and then you move on to the training because of what the importance of training.
Okay, you kind of lost me in there, but
Okay.
the qualification is to go out and shoot at the silhouettes, correct?
Shooting at the LMPD standard qualification target, yes, sir.
And how about the dots? Is that part of the qualification?
No, sir. It's part of training.
Part of training, okay. The training, all of this takes place in controlled situations, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's nobody out there shooting back at anybody.
No, sir. Not in the training that we've talked about today.
Okay, and you even talked about the simulator, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's a video, the officers watch a video on a screen and have to react to it?
Yes, sir.
And that's kind of like a shoot, don't shoot scenario,
Yes, sir.
where some people you should shoot and some people are not active threats, correct?
Yes, sir.
You talked about this low light qualification of Brett Hankison and ambient light. What is ambient light?
So ambient light is the light that's available to you within the room. So for the low light qualification, as I mentioned and talked about, a couple of stages where there's ambient light. There's ambient light available and utilized, and it's during the low light qual. There's ambient lights on, meaning in the rear of the range during that qualification, providing ambient light. Two, which shines down for identification of the target in lieu also, or connection with also using the handheld flashlight or the weapon-mounted light.
And are there any no light qualification?
With no
scenarios?
lights on at all?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay. As part of the training, are officers taught to assess the situation before they discharge their weapon?
Can you define, what do you mean on that, sir?
Well, if an officer is faced with a threat, is he taught to assess before he discharges his weapon?
Yes, sir.
If he's faced with an active threat, is he taught to assess?
Yes, sir.
And what does assess mean?
Assess ultimately ties into, we talk about the three that we've mentioned. Identifying what that threat or that target is and what level of threat it is, isolating that threat and that target, and then lastly, the background assessing. So we're looking to make sure that to see what's around that subject or that threat or that individual, but then also too seeing what else is around it, and also making sure that there's not any others that are around it, or if there's other additional threats.
And that, all that assessment takes some time, correct?
Depends on what do you mean by time?
Well, it takes seconds at the minimum to do all those functions, correct?
Quickly, yes, sir.
Quickly. What about a situation, first of all, would you define somebody that actually fires a shot and hits another officer, is that an active threat?
Can you explain that a little bit? What do you mean by that?
Okay, if I'm a police officer and this is a door, and I walk through that door and somebody shoots me, is that person that shoots me an active threat?
The person that shoots you and you're at the door, that's an active threat, yes. But it also depends upon also understanding of perception and also placement as far as other threats.
So I'm not, so I would, before I could do anything, if I'm shot at, in your testimony here, I would have to sit there and think about how to respond, correct?
You as the one being shot?
Me as the one being shot, or me standing next to my partner who's been shot?
Again, as you noted and talked about as far as time and how quickly it must occur to be able to go through to think about these things, is that you're doing those things as we've talked about, and you're identifying, you're isolating, and you're understanding the background as you're going through this and addressing and dealing with whatever that is and making your decision to address that threat, what level it is, if it's an active or not.
Okay. Well, if I've just been shot, I think it's pretty safe to assume it's an active threat, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you say I have to identify and isolate a target, if I've got somebody shooting at me, do I have to be able to physically describe that target?
You have to identify what level of threat it is. So, and you utilize tools or means to be able to do that. And that ties in with being able to utilize whether ambient light's available to you, or also utilizing the tools that you may have, such as your weapon-mounted light or handheld flashlight.
When you served search warrants, did you ever walk up to the door? Well, first of all, how do you turn that weapon-mounted light on?
There's a toggle switch, an activating switch that on the models that we have are at the tail cap.
And where's the tail cap?
It's at the rear of that light when it's mounted on the rail. That it's here that you utilize your support hand thumb to activate it, to turn it off and on.
So that's another step an officer has to do, correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
And when you were actively serving search warrants, did you ever approach the place you were going to search with your weapon-mounted light eliminated?
I can't recall exactly on that, but ultimately it depends upon the situation, the circumstances, and training, and there's reasonings for whether you have your light on or why you keep it off. There's reasons for that.
each situation is different, correct?
Yes, sir.
Some situations, you light your light, in some situations, it's better to approach in the dark, correct?
Ultimately, depending upon what you're facing is what you utilize and how you utilize it.
And if a door is breached when you're executing a search warrant and somebody fires a shot at you, how long would it take to flip on your flashlight?
I can't give you exact time of how long that takes. It goes back to training.
Officer Gelhausen, when you say you have to identify a target, again, is it necessary to be able to describe the physical characteristics of the target?
You have to identify that it poses immediate threat of death or serious injury.
Okay, so what if that target appears to you to be a silhouette and it has just fired a shot that struck one of your brother officers?
I can't speak about the understanding or the circumstances of the case without the knowledge and understanding of all the circumstances around it.
Okay, well, let's just play hypothetical here. If I breach a door and the partner next to me gets shot and I see a silhouette, can I fire at that silhouette?
I don't know what you're perceiving and what you're seeing and what you're going through at that point, sir.
Okay. Would it be a fair statement on my part that officers are not taught to shoot, stop, assess, shoot again, stop, assess, shoot again if it appears to be necessary?
You're constantly always assessing throughout. And that goes back to my response to Ms. Whaley about when the threat ceases and how do you determine that when I gave that explanation. So there's constant assessment that is occurring.
But would you agree that one of your training exercises is that when you make the decision to shoot, you shoot until the threat is stopped, correct?
Which training exercise are you speaking of?
I don't know, one of the training exercises that you have during your 8-hour qualification.
Can you rephrase or can you explain your question again that you're asking?
As an individual, as part of your training, when an officer makes the decision to shoot, to discharge his weapon at an active threat, is he taught to shoot until that threat is stopped?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
With the understanding of all the principles and fundamentals that come with that, as I've stated earlier.
And what if this active shooter situation is lasting for a total of 5 to 15 seconds? Is an officer still supposed to, at that point, do the fundamentals?
You're always practicing the fundamentals and you're continuously assessing the needs and the utilization of what you're using.
And they're supposed to do that to the best of their ability, correct?
Based on their perception and what they're dealing with, all that, all the circumstances, and based on the training.
Are you familiar with the LMPD use of deadly force policy?
Yes, sir.
Does that require that officers, when there is a deadly force, an active threat, that they neutralize that active threat to protect themselves and their brother officers and other citizens?
As policy states, is that if somebody is posing imminent threat of death or serious injury to their self or to another, that they utilize deadly force if they see fit.
And if they use that deadly force, they have to follow the shooting rules that you outlined to the best of their ability, correct?
Going back to training, following the training and the proper use of the fundamentals and following policy.
Would you agree that there are situations that arise where an officer, if he pauses with indecision on whether to fire a shot, that could be fatal to him?
I can't speak to that because ultimately understanding perception, everybody's situation that they face, as you stated, is different, but also too based on the perception of the officer. and what they're going through.
And every officer perceives things differently, correct?
Depends upon what's going on with the situation, having a true understanding of it.
Would you agree with me that it's improper to view anything an officer does through the eyes of 20/20 hindsight?
What do you mean by that, sir?
Well, have you ever heard the term Monday morning quarterback?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If an officer on the scene where all chaos is breaking loose, all hell is breaking loose, he makes a decision to stop a threat, would you agree with me that it would be improper for you to go back and look at that and say, well, he didn't have proper target identification, he didn't know what was behind him or behind the target, beside it or in front of it? Would you agree that that's...
Counsel, would you approach for a moment? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been going for about an hour and a half, so this is probably a good time for us to take a break. We'll take a break for 15 minutes, and please remember the separation admonition.
All rise for the court of jury.
Anything to report from the break, ladies and gentlemen? All right, we'll continue with cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Gelhausen, I have just a few more questions.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with Louisville Metro Police Department policy and procedure concerning the appropriate deployment of long guns, of long-barreled weapons?
I'm familiar with that policy, yes, sir.
What is that?
If I could, I'm not able to speak it verbatim or explain it to you verbatim without actually looking at the policy.
Would you agree with me that the appropriate time for appropriate containment of barricaded subject situations with a known weapon is a time when long guns may be brought out?
It could necessitate the need for that, yes, sir.
And I don't know if you've addressed this or agreed with me or not, but would you agree with me that a person who fires a shot at a police officer and that shot strikes the police officer, would you classify that as an active threat?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, you do this, you talked about a little bit about the simulator training that you do. That's the videos, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that that's pretty realistic?
To a certain, it has its limitations to a certain extent. I mean, with the way that it's designed, it's intending to do that as much as it can.
But it certainly is not real life, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever timed yourself firing a fully loaded Glock?
No, sir.
So do you have any idea how long that takes to unload a fully loaded Glock by firing it?
There's a lot of different factors that come into play. I do not know off the top of my head, sir.
Would that be a matter of seconds, perhaps?
Yes, sir, potentially.
Would you agree with me that you nor anyone else could testify as to what Brett Hankison perceived on March 20th or March 12th, 2020, March 13th?
Restate the question, please.
Would you agree with me that on March 13th, 2020, at 3003 Springfield Drive, when this event occurred, that neither you nor anyone else could testify as to what Brett Hankison personally perceived?
Yes, sir.
And if Brett Hankison had failed to be able to describe a target and know what was around it, and so on, the rules that you talked about, did he have any alternative other than to just run away?
Objection.
Sustained.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything on redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the Commonwealth's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, it's going to be Cheryl Snyder.
If you take a seat, please. Counsel, would you want to get the exhibits unless you're planning to use those?
No, ma'am, I'll get it.
Thank you. If you'd raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I will.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Cheryl Snyder,
And where do you work?
Louisville Metro Police Department.
And what position do you hold at Louisville Metro Police?
I'm the Human Resource Director,
Okay. And how long have you been in your position?
18 years.
Okay. And in that position as the director that you just stated, do you have the ability and the role of overseeing HR files, human resource files in the department?
Yes, sir.
And do those include employment records?
Yes, sir.
And at some point during your time with LMPD, was Jon Mattingly employed by Louisville Metro Police Department?
Yes, sir.
At some point after this case, was he released from the hospital and cleared to return to service?
Yes, sir.
And at some point after that, did he choose to retire from Louisville Metro Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And just so that we're clear, do you know what date it was his official retirement would be effective?
Yes, it was June 1st of 2021.
Okay. So just a little under a year ago.
Mhm.
When that effective date became on June of 2021, how many years of service would Jon Mattingly have had with Louisville Metro Police Department?
He had 20 years, 11 months, and 27 days.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Snyder. I think that's all the questions I have for you.
Any cross-examination?
No questions, Judge.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the Commonwealth's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. It's going to be Officer Phillip Renaud. Renaud.
If you'll take a seat, please. If you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you. You may take your mask off while you're testifying if you wish, but you're not required to.
Okay.
Yes, we're still in the morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
Officer Phillip Renaud,
And where do you work?
Louisville Metro Police Department, 8th Division,
And how long have you been with the Louisville Metro Police Department?
about 6 years.
Okay. How long have you been assigned to the 8th Division?
Since March of this past year.
Okay. Where were you prior to the 8th Division?
The 1st Division,
And were you in the 1st Division back on March 12th to March 13th of 2020?
yes.
And what was your assignment in the division at that point?
Force beat as a patrol officer.
Okay. And what was your assignment that evening in particular? What do you do in that role?
Just beat cop, answer calls for service.
Okay. And when you were out answering calls, would that be patrolling?
Yes.
Okay. And that evening, did you receive a call reference 3003 Springfield Drive here in Louisville, Kentucky?
Yes.
Can you just kind of go through how you heard about that?
If I recall correctly, the call for officer needs assistance at 10:30 came out over PD3, which is the channel the 1st Division operates on. Responding to that call, I put the address in my GPS and responded.
Do you know how long it took you to get there?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. When you got there, were other officers already on scene?
Yes.
And when you approached the scene, were you directed to go anywhere? What was your assignment when you arrived on scene?
I don't believe anyone directed me to go anywhere. I looked for work, and it looked like the back of the apartment complex didn't have many officers at it.
Okay. Now, when you got to the back of the apartment, how long did it take you to get from the front to the back?
From the front of the building,
Yes.
oh, it's less than 30 seconds.
Okay. When you arrived in the back of the building, how many officers were on site?
At least a couple more. I don't know how many.
Okay. And did they advise you of anything that was going on in the rear of the building?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. When you got to the back, what did you personally see?
I observed what I believed to be a window or glass door that had multiple bullet holes through it. And I thought that that was the target apartment of the search warrant that had been served.
Okay. So you could actually see bullet holes?
I could see broken glass.
Broken glass, okay. Now, when you're standing there, is anyone directing traffic, for lack of a better term, or are you just on your own?
Pretty much on my own, with between me and the other officers, just trying to find the best point of cover for
Okay.
safety.
At some point when you're back there, is your body cam on?
Yes. Or off or on?
On,
On. It was on the whole time.
okay. And when did you activate this?
I believe it activated around First and Jefferson when I started my Code 3 run to the address.
So you had it rolling throughout the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to show you in a second what has been marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit. If you hold on one second. It's going to be marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 71. You'll just take a look at the screen here, please. Do you recognize what that is?
I'd say it's the apartment complex in question, but I've never seen an aerial shot of it before.
Okay. Is that the apartment complex 3003 Springfield that you responded to that evening?
Yes.
There's a laser pointer up there. If you would just take and show us where you initially arrived to and then where your placement is in relation to the building, if you can.
Okay. I would have come up this road here. There's a gate there, if I remember correctly. Then I came down this way, saw that there were quite a few officers out front, and I came to this back corner here.
Okay. And is that the position that you maintained throughout your time at the apartment?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Okay. And your body cam was rolling throughout that?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what is preliminarily marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 154. This clip that I'm about to show you, have you had a chance to review this prior to today?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you just a brief second of this. Is this the body cam that you were rolling that night when you arrived at 3003 Springfield Drive?
I believe so, yes.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that evening when you arrived?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to admit Commonwealth's Exhibit 154, which is the body cam of this officer, and then we'll play for the jury.
Objection?
It'll be so admitted.
Officer Renaud, I'm going to go for a second, and then I may pause it and ask you a few questions.
Okay.
Eric, you might
Yes, sir.
get the lights turned down.
Yes, Anthony, if we could turn the lights down just a little bit. Can you get one more? Is it, if not, it's... Okay. What exactly are we viewing here, Officer Renaud?
This is the back of the apartment building itself. And because we didn't have any good cover, we're just kind of on a hill.
What are you doing in this photo with your gun, your light? Can you just describe the scene for us, what you're personally doing?
This point, I guess I don't know why we don't have the audio, but I believe at this point we see the broken glass, so I'm using the weapon-mounted light on my rifle to attempt to illuminate the area. I was, and I still am, unfamiliar with the layout of this apartment complex, so I believed at the time that that back glass led to the target apartment. So that's what I'm observing and covering.
At some point, do you ever see anyone come out of that apartment, expose themselves? What do you see?
Yes, at some point there was what I believed to be a shirtless white gentleman that kind of just showed himself from that broken window, at which point I hail him, tell him to show me his hands. He shows them for a second and then ducks back into the apartment for the remainder.
At that time, did you believe to be the suspect?
I believed him to be related in some way. I mean, we came onto the scene with limited information, so I didn't know what the suspect was supposed to look like or what the target even was.
Your Honor, I'm going to pause this and see if we can get the audio to work. How long approximately do you hold this position back on the back of the residence?
I don't remember how long we were out there, but from the time I got there and till the time we left, that was the only position I held on the apartment.
Okay. At some point, do you all approach the residence at all?
Yes. I guess we'll see it here in a moment. After, I believe it to be after the SWAT team cleared the actual target apartment and told us that no one was inside, we approached the broken glass
Was that the first indication that you had that this apartment was in fact not a threat to you?
Yes.
I'm going to move the clip forward just. In a second, I'm going to have you describe what we see when you begin to move. When you were in this position right here, there's other officers you testified about. Are there any, is a canine officer there? Who else was there with you?
I know there was a canine officer. He would have been to my right. Aside from that, I know there were other officers. I don't know an exact number, nor do I know who they were because they weren't my direct partners that I usually work with.
Okay. Is this dog a narcotics type dog or patrol type dog?
I believe him to be a patrol dog, but I'm not canine, nor do I know what dog it was.
Okay. Who gives you all the actual order to move up here?
I don't know that anyone gave us an order to move up to the.
So it was only SWAT that was able to indicate that they had cleared that you moved up?
If I recall correctly. Yes.
What do you see when you get to this point?
There's the glass door that's broken. That's all I was able to see. I didn't see anyone else at this point. Whoever was in there had retreated further back into the apartment.
What do you do next here as we see you walk away?
At that point, I believe I went up to the front for maybe a minute to find my partner, and then I went back to my car to go back to the First Division.
Okay. And then after returning from that portion of the apartment complex and returning to your partner, did you have any further involvement in the scene at all?
No.
You did not re-enter the scene?
No.
Those that were out back, not the canine, those officers that were out back, did they all have rifles with them?
Not all of them. I know there was probably a mix. I don't remember.
Were they all armed?
Yes, we're all armed police officers.
Okay. And when you were armed, you're pointing it at what you assessed at the time to be that apartment who you thought was the target at the time?
I was, yes.
I think those are all the questions I have for you, Officer Renaud. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Renaud, when you first arrived on Springfield, you testified there was a gate.
Yes.
You remember what the condition of that gate was?
I remember that it was run through with a car. There was a light bar laying on the ground. I actually remember the radio traffic of somebody telling an officer to ram the gate.
Do you know who told the officer to ram the gate?
I do not.
When you arrived, you proceeded through the gate and went up to 3003 Springfield, correct? Or up to the area of the apartment that was at issue?
Yes, sir.
And you got out of your police cruiser and you testified you went around the back, correct?
My police cruiser was actually probably a quarter mile back on whatever that main road is. I couldn't tell you which road it is, though. But
Oh, is that because there were so many police cruisers on
Yes.
Springfield? So you walked up through the gate, correct?
that's correct.
Okay, and why did you had your rifle with you at that time?
Yes, sir.
Why did you have your rifle?
Better shooting platform and has a better flashlight than my pistol does. It's dark.
Had you been told to bring a rifle?
Not that I can recall, but somebody had just shot at police officers. So,
And so you proceeded around the back of the apartment building, correct?
yes, sir.
And why did you go around the back?
I was trying to find a helpful spot to be. I was just looking for work. The front had a lot of officers.
Okay, nobody told you to go around and cover the back?
Not that I recall.
Okay, and you testified that when you went around the back, you saw a window or a glass door with multiple bullet holes, correct?
Yes.
Were there multiple bullet holes, or was it simply broken glass?
I guess what I could see is simply broken glass.
Okay, you don't know how that glass broke, correct?
That's correct.
And it was your impression at that time that that apartment was part of the apartment that was being searched in the front, is that right?
That was my impression at the time, yes, sir.
And you indicated that you took up your position and you kept your rifle pointed at that broken door throughout that video we just saw, correct?
Yes, sir.
And why was that?
I believed it was possible there was a threat still inside the apartment.
And you later learned that the apartment was not part of the original situation, correct?
That's correct.
Could you see that apartment from the front of the building?
I'm not sure.
I don't have anything further, thank you.
Anything on redirect? You can step down, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
The Commonwealth's next witness? You may. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this will be a good time for us to go ahead and take the lunch break. So we will be in recess until 1:15, and please remember the separation admonition, and I will see you back then.
All rise for the reporting jury. You have a list box and whatever. Just let me know when I can bring yours.
Okay.
Yes. Hurry up.
This. Probably say video deposition from another proceeding, so they know it's not us questioning
Okay, I didn't hear what you said. His testimony will be presented by video deposition from another proceeding. Anything else? Is that fine? I don't know that we have the date.
May 26th, 2021 is the date of the deposition.
Okay.
Can we call it a civil proceeding as opposed to a criminal proceeding?
Do you want to do that? I don't know. I have no idea what they think about any of this.
Cosgrove, money.
Oh, it's working. If you want, if you think it should be,
I don't think any of them would really know the difference anyways.
I'd say just another proceeding. They know he's not available to you already here.
okay. And you're fine with this, the way it's written? Okay.
Well, let me, I didn't.
Yeah,
see
go ahead,
the top
take a look.
part.
Okay, good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, anything to report from the break?
May I approach?
You may. Anyone else have anything to report? All right, very good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I want to read an instruction to you, so if you'll just pay close attention. You shall draw no inference from the fact that Jon Mattingly did not testify. He was unavailable to either party. You shall draw no inference from the fact that Myles Cosgrove did not testify in person. He was not available to either party. His testimony will be presented by video deposition from another proceeding, which was conducted on May 26 of 2021. He was under oath at that time. All right.
Your Honor, they're broken up into the clips that you permitted, so I will play one, play another, and play another. They are not all the way through.
Okay. And you understand that what I sent you was to be excluded, so,
Yes, ma'am.
all right.
Yes, ma'am. Morning. Good morning. Mr. Cosgrove, my name's Steve Romines. Mr. Moore and I represent Kenny Walker in this case. You ever done a deposition?
No.
Okay. Sworn testimony, like you've testified in court before, correct?
Correct, yes.
Only difference is that we don't have a judge here and court reporter's taking it down rather than video. Okay? Now, by it not being on video, head nods, are harder for the court reporter to understand, so answer the questions verbally with yes, no, explain however you want to do it, okay?
I understand.
If anything I ask you that you don't understand, just ask me to rephrase it, okay?
Yes, sir.
We ever had a case together?
I think so.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Yes.
All right, could you please state your name for the record and spell it for the court reporter?
It is Myles Cosgrove, Myles with a Y, M-Y-L-E-S, Cosgrove, C-O-S-G-R-O-V-E.
And let's go off the record. All right, what's your current employment, Mr. Cosgrove?
I'm not employed right now.
Okay. How long were you with LMPD?
Approximately 15 years.
Okay. In various different roles?
Correct.
Okay. What are the S.O.P.s? Just what
What are they
generally
generally?
speaking,
They
what's
are
SOPs?
rules and regulations, operating procedures.
That you're supposed to follow?
Correct.
Are you required to be familiar with them?
Yes.
And are you ever tested or certified on them?
You're not tested on them, no, you are you sign off on them as they're updated throughout the year.
When, going into March 12th of 2020, when would have been the last time you personally reviewed the SOPs?
I don't know. SOPs are, you are given your SOPs in the academy as all of them, and then throughout your career, you are given SOP updates and familiarization throughout your career. So there is no review time per se.
When would be the last time that you would have reviewed an SOP about search warrant, execution of search warrants?
I don't know that answer.
Same with body cams, when the last time you would have reviewed one of those?
Correct, I wouldn't know that.
Okay. Now, when is it your understanding that it's permissible to deviate from the SOPs?
Well, SOPs are a general, most of them are a generalization of what you should and shouldn't do. I can't really give you an exact example, but there are times when you need to deviate from set rules and regulations. It could be for exigent circumstances, it could be for something that you or the department isn't familiar with, something that has never happened before. It would have to be something that hadn't been thought of before,
Okay.
for the most part.
So, and exigent circumstances, and that could include public safety or officer safety.
Correct, yes.
All right, and then something that's not covered by them.
Correct,
Other than that, though, you're supposed to follow them.
yes.
Had you ever worked with PBI prior to March 12th of 2020?
No, sir.
So this was the first time, had you worked with any of the officers in PBI?
Yes, PBI was a new unit, so yes, I had worked with them in other aspects prior
To it becoming PBI?
to PBI, correct.
Okay. Who had you worked with?
Sergeant Kyle Meany, Mike Campbell, and Josh James. That's it.
But once they became PBI, you had never worked with that specific unit.
Correct.
What was your unit at the time on March 12th of 2020?
I'd only been in that unit for a few months. What the heck was it? It was called
CID?
CID, Criminal Interdiction Unit. Yeah. Well, that's narcotics. That was the new name of narcotics.
Okay, the new name of narcotics was CID?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Or was it a division of narcotics as a whole?
Shoot, I don't remember.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, I'd only been in the new transition for a few months, so I wasn't concentrating on names.
Okay. What what jobs were you primarily performing in March of 2020?
Mid-level drug dealers, complaints, mid to low-level complaints and drug dealers.
Not parcels or anything like that?
No.
Now, did you have any role in the investigation of Jamarcus Glover?
No, I didn't have any role.
Did you have any idea who Jamarcus Glover was
No, I didn't.
until you went to the briefing that night?
I wouldn't say I knew who he was at the briefing. I was just told of the name and whatnot. So to who he was, no. The name, yes.
So had no role in the investigation at all?
Correct, no role.
No role in the preparation of the search warrant?
Correct, no role.
No role in the threat matrix?
Correct, no role in that either.
Did you ever see it?
That threat matrix, no. I have seen the threat matrix. the form, but not that evening's.
For
threat
Springfield.
matrix. Correct, I have not seen that one.
Okay, so didn't see it before the search warrant
Correct,
was executed, didn't see it at the briefing,
correct,
never saw it any time.
correct.
Did you have any idea who Breonna Taylor was?
No,
Did you have any idea who Janiyah Palmer was?
no,
That she lived at that address that you guys were executing a search warrant on?
no,
What about who Kenny Walker was? Did you have any idea who he was?
no, I had no idea who any of those folks were.
Had any idea that Kenny Walker was at the residence that you guys were executing a search warrant on?
No,
Did you have any idea if Jamarcus Glover was actually there, going to be there or not?
no, no,
So it sounds like you didn't really know anything about what was going on at 303 Springfield when you guys went to execute this search warrant.
no, I knew what was happening, or I knew the plan, but I did not know the occupants or the targets that we were going after, if that makes sense.
Okay. What is a surveillance officer's job?
A surveillance officer's job is to report, obviously, what they surveil or what they see to parties that have an interest in what we're doing.
So-
They need to report who, what, when, where, to the folks that need the information in a timely manner.
So if you're executing a search warrant and you have a surveillance officer observing the location,
Mhm.
one of the things one of their jobs is to convey the information timely to the people executing the search warrant
Yes.
of who's there.
Well, they may not know who is there, but bodies that are there, correct?
If they, yeah, not the actual persons, but if 5 people are there, they're supposed to convey that to you.
Correct.
If 1 person's there, they're supposed to convey that to you.
Yes.
If people leave, they're supposed to convey that to you.
Yes.
And people arrive, they're supposed to convey that.
Correct.
Okay. Was any of that information ever conveyed to you or the individuals executing the search warrant?
I was told that there was one individual at the apartment, which would have been the female, Breonna Taylor.
And as we
Or,
learned,
it was described, I remember it as a heavy-set female as at the apartment.
and that, you learned that in the briefing,
Correct.
but, and as we now know, there was more than one person there
Yes,
and had arrived that evening.
at some point, yes.
But that was never conveyed by the surveillance officer who was watching the location.
Correct.
Uh,
Not to me, but yes.
Well, and as you, one of the people executing this search warrant, if that information is conveyed to anyone on the team, it should be conveyed to everyone executing the search warrant.
Yes, it should, immediately, yes.
Because executing a search warrant really is one of the most dangerous things that law enforcement can do.
It is inherently dangerous, yes.
It's inherently
Yes.
dangerous. And if you don't have proper intel, it's even more dangerous.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And if you don't know who's in the location, it's even more dangerous.
Yes.
If you don't have an accurate threat matrix, it's even more dangerous.
Yes.
If it's not planned properly, it's even more dangerous.
Yes.
And if you have a combination of multiple factors, such as we just mentioned, poor planning, poor threat matrix, poor intelligence, poor surveillance, that makes it even more dangerous.
I would say poor planning and all those things that you listed make it inherently dangerous. I'm not agreeing that that evening those facts were poorly planned and whatnot. But
we'll-
yes.
We'll cover that.
But factors that are overlooked for any plan can make it more dangerous, yes.
So if certain, you don't have to concede at this point that these things happen, we'll just talk about them. If surveillance is improperly performed or poorly done, that makes it more dangerous.
Yes.
If intelligence is improperly performed and poorly done, that makes it more dangerous.
Yes, it does.
If the planning of the actual stack and raid is improperly or poorly done, that makes it more dangerous.
Yes.
If the threat matrix is inaccurate or improperly done, that makes it more dangerous.
Yes.
And you combine all of these various factors that make something that's inherently dangerous even more dangerous, it gets to be pretty foreseeable that something bad could happen, doesn't it? You can answer.
If you're overlooking dangerous factors that you're saying, yes, it would continue to exponentially make what you're doing more dangerous.
And there comes a point when if you continue to stack one thing after another, that it becomes likely that something bad's gonna happen. Or definitely foreseeable.
It would compound an error, yes.
Now, you've indicated that you were told to assist in the execution of this search warrant.
Correct. I volunteered to assist in working that night. I was assigned a task.
Okay. Now, did you volunteer via email or sign up, or how did that work?
I don't remember exactly, but it would have been one of those ways.
Okay. Now, you previously indicated in your interview with PIU that all of CID was told to assist.
Well, I believe that's all on overtime. They can't make you work overtime, so that may have been a mischaracterization, but they.
You start right there, just to see if that refreshes your recollection, or you can correct it, or how you want to do it. 1:30.
Okay, my fault. Well, this is saying that I was told to go to the roll call room, not that I was told to assist in the actual voluntary of the incident.
So you were not told to assist in the execution of the search warrant, you volunteered?
Correct, yes, sir.
All right. Okay, and let's just cover exactly what you said in your interview. You started at approximately.
Sorry, what are we reading from?
Is an interview from PIU. Starting at line 132, so approximately.
So at approximately 10 o'clock, we were told to, all of the narcotics or CID was told to meet in the roll call room to assist unintelligible unit with several. We were, sorry, with unit with several warrants that they were briefing.
Now, is that what is in your interview?
Correct. I'm saying that I was told to go to the roll call room to participate in the brief.
Okay, so you weren't told to assist the unintelligible unit. Presumably that's PBI.
Can you say that again?
Yeah. You say, so at approximately 10 o'clock, we were told all of the narcotics or CID was told to meet in the roll call room to assist the unit with several warrants that they were briefing.
Correct. So I'm in an office space, and I'm being told to go to a briefing room. I'm being told to move from one location to another location to attend the brief.
So you weren't told to assist in the execution of these warrants, you were just told to go to the briefing room?
Correct.
All right. Now, how did you volunteer to assist in the execution of these warrants?
I don't remember exactly, but it's typically email or verbal, voluntary, or through phone call.
And who conducted the briefing?
I'm really bad with names. So the female officer, Kelly Hanna, and Wes Barton were the folks that I remember as having a role, a speaking role in the briefing room.
So you don't recall Josh James conducting the briefing?
Correct, I don't.
You recall anybody else speaking at the briefing?
No.
What was covered at the briefing?
It's a big question. They're covering all the locations we're going to, they're covering the targets, they're covering individual unit responsibilities, they're covering timelines.
Did they cover who was in charge?
Of the entire brief, I don't remember that. I know they would, on your stack, it is covered who's in charge, or on your particular assignment.
Okay, who was in charge of your particular assignment?
Lieutenant Sean Hoover.
Okay. Is that reflected in the briefing on the whiteboard?
I'm not sure. I would think so, as the order of, I'd have to look at that photograph, I'm not sure.
Okay, I'll show you in just a minute. We'll go down here to the lead detective's obligations. What does that indicate?
2631 lead detective. Prior to serving the search warrant, the lead detective may request assistance from the tactical operations team with videotaping the location unless exigent circumstances exist. The lead detective is also responsible for the following.
Keep going.
Number 1, notification of a supervisor. 2, completion of the search warrant matrix or risk assessment matrix. Number 3, completion of the search warrant checklist. Number 4, completion of an operation plan. 5, securing the approval of the operation plan. 6, entering pertinent information about the search warrant location in the HIDTA, HIDTA, which is HIDTA deconfliction software. And 7, being present at the pre-service briefing.
Okay. Now, to your understanding, who is the lead detective in this case?
PBI Josh James.
Okay. And he was not present at the pre-service briefing, correct?
I don't remember him being there, correct?
Okay. Are you aware if the information was entered into the, regarding the search warrant location, entered into the HIDTA deconfliction software?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Are you aware of the operation plan being approved by a supervisor?
The operations plan could be construed as the whiteboard. The operations plan, even for me, would have been the whiteboard, and there are commanders there. So I would say yes, that is, from how I'm looking at it, yes, that has been approved.
Are you aware of a requirement of a written operations plan?
Yes, there is a requirement for a written document.
And that wasn't done, was it?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So the requirement for the S.O.P.s requires a written operations plan to be done before a search warrant is executed, correct?
Correct. But folks in the briefing are not, it's not pertinent information that you're given.
Okay. My question was, the standard operating procedures for the execution of a search warrant, which we've established is inherently dangerous, requires a written operations plan.
Yes, it does.
And that was not performed, was it?
I don't know.
You never
All
saw
I
it.
know is, correct, all I saw was the whiteboard information.
And according to both narcotics as well as the general LMPD's S.O.P., writing it on a whiteboard is not permitted as a substitute for a written operations plan, is it?
That's a yes and no question for me, because you may have a warrant that needs to be done quickly. So your operations plan may be written on the windshield of a car with a marker. And then later on you go back and you type up your your document per se. But I don't know if that was done that evening.
Okay, well, do you have any reason to believe that a search warrant that contained information from January 16th, 2020, and was executed on March 13th of 2020 had to be done immediately?
No, yes, that should have been done within that time frame.
It should have been done, it's required to be done. To your knowledge, it wasn't done.
Correct, I don't know if it was done, yes.
And while we're talking about it, we'll look at the general LMPD's preparation for search warrant. And I've highlighted for you there. Yeah.
It's gonna be exhibits.
They will be. This will be exhibit 2. I know. Narcotics is one. Two copies of that. Yep. What does that indicate?
8-1,
He actually looking at.
He is looking at Standard Operating Procedure, S.O.P. 8.1, search warrants. And he's looking specifically at 8.1.17, preparation for search warrant execution. Go ahead, you read it.
8.1.17, preparation for search warrant execution. The highlighted area, the lead officer will complete a search warrant operation plan form LMPD 050025. Prior to the warrant service, the on-scene commander will act as the incident commander for service of the search warrant, and the incident command system will be implemented and followed. The IC incident commander will conduct a briefing with all search team personnel. This briefing will include 1, a review of the operations and procedures that the search personnel will follow. 2, analysis of conditions at the premises utilizing maps, charts, diagrams, appropriate tactics and equipment that are being used in the event of forced entry, a pre-planned hospital route.
Okay. Now, this is, again, these can be disregarded under exigent circumstances or public safety,
Yes.
right?
Well, no. Those all need to be done in some form. If you don't do those things, then in some form they have to be done prior to doing anything, exigent circumstances or not.
Okay, and the search warrant operations plan that is required by policy has an actual specific form, doesn't it?
Yes, the operations plan, yes, has a tracking or a form number, yes.
Yeah. Because, again, we're talking about something that is inherently dangerous.
Correct.
And there are several policies and procedures put in place to try to make it less dangerous.
Yes,
And one of those is the search warrant operations plan.
yes.
And a specific form that has to be filled out before a search warrant is executed.
Typically, yes, that form would be filled out unless there were mitigating circumstances that wouldn't allow it for the time.
Yeah, exigent circumstances or public safety.
Correct.
And again, none of those exist in this search warrant, do they?
I don't have knowledge of that.
So we know that wasn't performed, the search warrant operations plan. The on-scene commander will act as incident commander. Who's that?
The on-scene commander typically is the first person on scene. For a warrant, for a search warrant, it would be the person with the most, it would be the person whose warrant it is, because they have the most information.
Okay, and that would be Josh Jennings.
Not necessarily. Someone who is giving the briefing may have as much information that John had, that
James has.
that James has.
Okay,
correct.
now, we just covered in the narcotics S.O.P.s, the lead detective, who is James,
Correct.
is required to be at the briefing.
That's what that says, yes. There are mitigating circumstances. His supervisor could have approved it, but typically a lead detective, someone who has intimate knowledge with what you're about to do, typically gives a brief.
Well,
And I, again, may be incorrect that he was in there or not.
so you think he might have been there?
There was a lot of people in there.
You just don't
I just
recall seeing
I
him?
don't recall him being in there, correct?
And you don't recall him doing the brief?
Correct.
However, again, under the Narcotics Division's own internal policies, the lead detective is required to be present at the brief.
According to that, yes.
Well, I mean, this is the Narcotics Division's own policies, isn't it?
Yes, but we agreed earlier that policies can be changed for certain reasons. And again, if Josh had something that had to be done and other individuals have that same intimate knowledge of what's happening, it would be appropriate for them to give information to the folks in the briefing room.
So if there's a public safety issue that Josh is dealing with, or there's exigent circumstances that require him to not be present, then obviously the SOP can be ignored.
I'm going to object to this entire line of questioning. The SOPs and the narcotics document speak for themselves. This witness has already testified that he had no role in planning, preparing this warrant. Calls for speculation. Other witnesses with knowledge, this witness doesn't have it.
Objection noted. All right, you will, is it your testimony that even without exigent circumstances or public safety issues, that this requirement that the lead detective be present at the briefing can be ignored?
Yes, it can be. There are other reasons, and that would have to be between that unit and those supervisors on why individuals aren't there.
Okay. What are those other reasons?
Same objection. I just doesn't have his knowledge.
No, I mean, if you...
What are other reasons?
Yeah, you think there's other reasons? What are they?
There could be vital intelligence that he needs to convey to other people. There could be other intelligence that he needs to report to other, like SWAT, for instance. Maybe he has to tell other units very vital, important information. I can come up with scenarios, but I don't really know the answer to that question.
There are none listed in any of the SOPs other than exigent circumstances and public safety. You can't just ignore them because you want to, can you?
No, correct.
And and again, as we established earlier, they are put in place for specific reasons.
Yes.
And they are best practices.
Yes.
And one of the reasons there are so many SOPs concerning the execution of search warrants is because it's inherently dangerous.
Yes, it is.
And the SOPs are designed to make it as safe as possible.
Correct.
And when they are ignored or disregarded, it becomes less safe.
Yes.
Now, as we just covered with this document here, okay, which is the LMPD's SOPs, okay, at 8.117.
I don't have that. Okay, I got you.
Preparation for search warrant. 8.1.17.
Credibility.
0.17.
I got you.
There you go.
Field operations, preparation.
Preparation for search warrant. In the first paragraph, what is the last sentence in the first paragraph?
The lead officer will complete a search warrant operations plan, form number 05002.
And as we just covered, Josh James was the lead officer, to your understanding.
Correct.
And there's a specific search warrant operations plan form that LMPD has prepared.
Yes.
And it's required, there's nothing in this S.O.P. that says we'll complete a search warrant operations plan form if he so chooses, or at his discretion. It's required, isn't it?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, it was not done in this case.
I don't know if it was done or if it wasn't done or when it was done. Correct.
You never saw one.
Correct.
And then the next paragraph, prior to the warrant service, the on-scene commander will act as incident commander. And we just talked about, your understanding would be that would be Josh or that would be Hoover?
So prior to the search warrant, the on-scene commander will act as the incident commander for service of the search warrant, and the incident command center will be implemented. So prior to the search warrant, we are in the office. So the on-scene commander, the incident commander would be Josh or whoever is giving the briefing.
Okay.
Whoever I'm being told is in charge of these warrants.
Okay. The IC will conduct a briefing with search team personnel. The briefing will include a review of operations and procedures that the search personnel will follow.
Correct.
Did that occur?
Yes, there was a briefing, and there is a plan that is discussed in the briefing.
What was the plan discussed?
That's a really big question, because there's multiple locations, so
I'm talking about on your team.
which part of the plan, like the entire
Yeah,
plan?
how you're going to make entry, if entry's required, who's carrying the ram, who's first, who's got the ballistic shield, all these things. What
That-
was covered?
Part of that was covered in the briefing room, and then part of that was covered in the parking lot prior to going to the location.
Okay, which part was covered in the briefing room?
Who would be there, the who, what, when, where, and why. The particular jobs, like the VO job, the administrative jobs that we're gonna do. Who is in charge.
And who was in charge? Who did they say was in charge?
Lieutenant Hoover is the highest ranking person there, so he would be in charge.
Okay. Now, was that changed during the course of the briefing?
Of who was in charge?
Uh-huh.
No.
And you indicated what's covered is the who, what, when, where, and why.
Correct.
What was the what?
The what would be the location or what we're looking for.
Okay.
That's just a generality that I'm saying. You want as much information as you can before you leave that room.
And that would be who's there, who all's there,
Correct.
layout of the place.
Yes, you'd want all intelligence that the briefing team has conveyed to you prior to you leaving that room.
And that would be valid, legitimate intelligence, not stuff that's incorrect.
Correct. Yes, you would not want incorrect information.
Because that makes it even more dangerous. Having no intelligence is not as bad as having incorrect intelligence.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And as we learn in this case, believing there's one female there, when that's the intelligence you're given, becomes even more dangerous when you subsequently find out that there's another male there.
Incorrect intelligence is dangerous. Multiple parties at a residence exponentially increase the danger.
And again, you guys did not understand or were not advised that there were multiple parties there, did you?
Correct.
And not having that information made this situation more dangerous.
Yes, it can.
It did in this case, didn't it?
Correct, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 3, which is a picture of the whiteboard. Yeah. Okay. Now, do you see Springfield on that?
Yes.
Okay, and you indicated, no, I'm not done yet, I'm gonna ask you some more questions about that. Who is listed under Springfield?
Sergeant Mattingly, Mike Campbell, Nobles, I'm not sure how to say this name, but Dorr, James King, Cosgrove, Hankinson, and Franklin, who is a dog. Or
Okay.
what is it?
Now, you indicated that you all were advised that Hoover was the incident commander.
Correct.
Sure. Sorry. Hoover was the incident commander. And then, and also, I asked you, was the board changed over the course of the briefing? You indicated no, not to your knowledge. Hoover's not on Exhibit 3, is he?
Correct. I don't know when this was taken though. But no, he is not on this picture, or in this picture.
And Josh Dorr, didn't go to the scene, did he?
Correct.
And Colin King didn't go to the scene, did he?
Correct.
So the search warrant operations plan, or whatever this is supposed to be on the board, isn't even accurate, is it?
Objection to the question.
It's not accurate, is it?
Correct. Those individuals did not go with us.
Okay. So, and even if this is the information contained in the briefing, what's on this board, again, we're operating on stuff that's not correct.
Well, search warrants and police work it's flexible. It's always changing. But these folks were not at the location.
Okay.
So it is
It's not accurate.
it is not accurate.
Okay. And I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 4, which is a different picture of the same board. Now, what do you see that's different about it? Sure.
It is different in that Lieutenant Hoover has been added to the bottom.
Okay.
And that's it. Just Lieutenant Hoover's been added to the bottom.
Okay. Has Noble's name been changed?
There's no K in Nobles on this picture here, or on this picture here.
Yeah. Exhibit 3, Nobles was spelled with a K, and Exhibit 4, Nobles was spelled with an N.
Correct.
Okay, so at some point in time, somebody made changes to these whiteboard that we're using as a search warrant operations plan.
Again, police work is very flexible. I don't know if I've ever been to a briefing where they have not changed the whiteboard as they're giving the brief for whatever reason.
Is the search warrant operations plan form, LMPD 050025, allowed to be changed whenever?
I don't know.
And we don't know if it was in this case or not because we've never seen one, have we?
Correct.
And there's no exemption, as we covered already, for writing on the whiteboard being a replacement for the search warrant operations plan, is there?
The operations plan needs to be complete at some point.
And not completing it makes the situation more dangerous.
The operations plan, this is my operations plan. When I go to the briefing, this is my operations plan.
Okay. Does any of this, either one of these pictures, reflect who's on the ram?
No, no.
Does it reflect where the people are in the stack?
No, this is just a list that is put on the board, and the incident commander or someone in this group will, you guys will have your side brief, because you may not know the strengths and weaknesses of each team member until you have your parking lot meeting, or what I call it, parking lot meeting.
Okay, is that always done? Parking lot meeting?
To some extent, yes. Yes. You may want to walk through or rehearse or double check equipment. So yes, in some form.
Was there any walkthrough done in the parking lot in this case?
We had a meeting, for lack of a better word, in the church parking lot off of, in the church
St.
parking
Andrew's
lot.
Church.
St. Andrew's Church area. So yes, we had a parking lot brief.
Was there a walkthrough done?
No, and when I mean walkthrough, I'm meaning, you're making sure you got if you have the RAM, well then you should have it in your hand. Like an equipment check, a familiarization, you make sure that everybody that's supposed to be on your team is with you in this parking lot. You're like kind of walking through what's happening and who's with you.
And do you discuss who's where in the stack as you're going in?
Yes, those assignments would be determined after this briefing with the folks you're working with.
Okay, is that where everybody's role in the entry of the search warrant covered in the briefing that was done in this case at CID, or in your parking lot meeting?
It could be, but I remember it as our role was occurring in the parking lots.
Okay, so it was not covered in the briefing?
I don't believe it was, no.
Okay. So it was just going to be up to you guys when you have your second meeting to determine who does what, everyone's role?
Correct.
Okay. Now it's fine.
Off the record, it's 10:57. Back in the record of 11:04.
I think where we stopped, we were talking about the briefing at headquarters versus, and we'll use the phrase parking lot briefing, and what's covered in each of them. And I'll show you again, you've got in front of you the LMPD's S.O.P.s. Go to 8.1.17.
Okay.
And we covered the lead officer will complete a search warrant operations plan, which wasn't done. The on-scene commander will act as the incident commander for the service of the search warrant. And the incident command system will be implemented and followed. What is that?
The incident command system is a command and control. So typically it's the first person on scene who is in charge, and then as more folks arrive, that command structure starts to fluctuate based on either experience or rank.
Okay, so is that not determined at the briefing, or who's in charge of a search warrant execution? Or is it just whoever the next highest ranking guy is?
Can you say that again?
Okay, what I'm trying to determine is, was the incident commander determined when you all left the briefing room, or did you all determine that in the parking lot?
No, that is predetermined based on Lieutenant Hoover's rank.
Okay, so he was the incident commander.
Yes.
All right. And it says, if you keep reading there on the second paragraph, the IC will conduct a briefing with search team personnel.
Correct.
Now, that would be Lieutenant Hoover.
Yes.
Did he conduct the parking lot briefing?
Yes. A parking lot briefing is conducted by someone who is has rank and experience. A parking lot briefing is where you get your assignments and then you talk it through.
Okay.
So yes, that was conducted.
And what assignment were you given? Were you given any assignment at the briefing at the station?
I was assigned to the locations.
But that's it.
Correct, yes.
Your role in the execution was never covered in that briefing.
At the station, correct.
Okay. Was anything else covered in the briefing at the station other than this is where you're going, this is who's going, and we're looking for dope or money or whatever?
There's a lot of things explained. What are you referring to exactly?
What else was covered in the briefing at the station with the whiteboard?
It was covered that this would be a knock and announce warrant. It was covered that there would be a heavy-set female there. We were given the task of finding documents, not necessarily drugs. And I'm sure there are other things, but those are the ones that stand out.
Did you ever think to yourself, why are we going in at 12:30 at night looking for documents?
No, that is all. I'm being asked to assist. That planning is above me. That's predetermined.
That's not your role.
Correct.
Right? You're not allowed to question.
I'm allowed to question it, yes, but that did not come up.
Have you, subsequent to this, wondered why were we going in at 12:30 at night looking for documents?
No, that's part of their planning logic, and I wasn't part of that and haven't been provided any documents as to why they decided to do that.
Do you have any reason why SWAT wasn't consulted?
SWAT was consulted. SWAT was consulted if SWAT was there at certain locations, but I was not part of that.
Do you believe SWAT was consulted on the Springfield warrant the night it was executed?
No, I didn't know if they had or hadn't.
Would that also be information that's not part of your job requirement in this case?
Correct.
Now, we keep going here of the incident commander will conduct a briefing with all search team personnel. The briefing will include a review of operation and procedures that the search personnel will follow. Okay. Now, I think you're saying that occurred in the parking lot. It did not occur at the briefing station.
That's how I remember it, yes.
Okay, what was covered?
Well, are you referring to Lieutenant Hoover, or is that what you're referring to?
Whoever the IC was that will conduct a briefing with all search team personnel.
Are you talking about in the office or in the parking lot?
Either one. Did they cover?
Yes, that was covered. Your task, yes.
Okay, the operation and procedure was covered at both the briefing, at the station, and in the parking lot, or just in the parking lot?
The operation, which is the whiteboard, is covered in the office, and then our operation is discussed in the parking lot.
The procedures you're going to use to make entry was discussed in the parking lot?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and that's who's where,
Yes,
who has what equipment,
correct,
right? Whose job is to do everything.
correct.
Now, again, you're planning this out before you execute what you said is an inherently dangerous situation.
Yes.
Can you just change your mind? Once you're assigned a role, can you just say, nah, I don't want to do that, I want to do something different when you get there?
You cannot deviate from the plan. You can talk to folks and tell them why you may want to look at a different angle, but no, if you're given a task, you need to do that task.
Everybody has a job.
Correct.
And if people don't do their job, again, it becomes more dangerous for everybody.
Yes, problems can occur if you don't do any type of job.
Okay? And you all in the parking lot were all assigned a specific job.
Yes.
And what was yours?
My job was what I call perimeter or perimeter security. So folks call it different things, but I'm one of the perimeter individuals.
And that, you understood, that was your job to do.
Correct.
You're not responsible for the RAM.
Correct.
You're not responsible for making first entry.
Correct.
You're not responsible for ballistic shield.
Correct.
You're not responsible for backup of the person with the RAM.
No, that is incorrect. Police work is fluid.
Okay.
And if you see things that need to be corrected, you have a duty to correct them or to, let other folks know that there is an something that needs to be corrected
And-
or
and
dealt with.
We'll get that, that's what I'm asking is, there came a point in time when you realized that Nobles did not have backup,
Correct,
right? And that was much more important than you guarding the perimeter.
correct,
So you, at that point in time, realized, my job was here, but I need to change jobs because somebody has to back him up.
correct.
Now, presumably in the parking lot, somebody was assigned the job to back up Nobles.
Correct, presumably, yes.
Because, again, that's a very important part of this entire procedure.
Yes,
And whoever got that assignment wasn't doing it.
apparently, yes.
And you had to change, in the midst of it, change jobs, so to speak. And I think whenever you're having to make decisions on the fly on something that's done like this, it makes it more dangerous.
I would say it makes it complicated.
And anytime,
Not necessarily dangerous, but it makes it a little bit more complicated.
changing a plan in midstream is complicated in itself, isn't it?
Well, the plan wasn't changed. A job was changed.
And who wasn't doing their job? Who was assigned to back up for the ramp?
I don't know.
So you were at the briefing. One of the important jobs is back up for the guy actually making entry. And you don't have any idea who was supposed to back him up.
Correct.
This is pretty poor planning in and of itself of the actual entry, isn't it? You can answer.
Not that I don't remember, so it very well could have been planned, but I just don't remember whose job that was.
You don't recall anybody being assigned back up for the guy with the ramp.
Correct.
Now, that is actually one of the procedures that has to be covered in the briefing, isn't it?
I would think so.
Along with who's got the RAM, who goes in first, those type of things.
Yes.
Now, if you'll look at bullet point 2 of the briefing requirements.
An analysis of conditions at the premises utilizing maps and charts and diagrams when appropriate.
Now, did you have any idea the layout of the apartment?
No.
Okay. That would be information that would be helpful, wouldn't it?
If it's available, yes.
And again, do you know if it's available simply by calling the apartment complex and asking for a diagram?
Again, that's not my job to do that, so I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know if a apartment person can provide us that information in that timely manner either.
Well, again, I'll show you Exhibit 5, which is
Yeah, what are you asking?
the layout of the apartment.
No, not that, I mean, the earlier doc. Bounce around.
Yeah. The S.O.P., LMPD's S.O.P. preparation for search warrant, 8.1.17. Now, wasn't your job to obtain this, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever see one?
No.
Right? You are aware of anybody ever attempting to obtain one?
No.
And again, a scene diagram of where you're going is something that would be beneficial.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And would make again, this is part of the intelligence that you have, makes a dangerous situation less dangerous.
The more information that you have mitigates some dangers, yes.
And again, the requirements of the SOP says an analysis of the conditions at the premises utilizing maps, charts, and diagrams when appropriate. If it's available, it should be information that's provided to you, shouldn't it?
Objection, one more question.
All information should be given to to folks that are doing a search warrant if it's available, yes.
And again, if it's not available, then look for it, and if it can't be found, then it can't be found.
Objection, has been answered, and also calls for testimony as witness already stated.
You can answer.
I forgot your question, I'm sorry.
Before you send a fellow law enforcement officers into an inherently dangerous situation, you should exhaust reasonable efforts to give them a scene diagram, shouldn't you?
Yes, you should provide as much information as you can to the folks that are working your job.
And failure to provide it puts them at risk.
Failure to provide information to folks working any kind of job is
Dangerous.
dangerous.
And if it's an inherently dangerous job, such as executing a search warrant, it's even more important, isn't it?
Yes.
The next thing the bullet point covers, tactics and equipment that are to be used in the event of a forced entry. And this is supposed to be covered in the briefing. Was that covered?
Yes.
Okay. And again, I think we established you guys didn't do a walkthrough, but did you have any idea that amongst your team there was a ballistic shield?
No. Well, not in the parking lot, no.
Yeah. In the briefing that you guys have regarding tactics and equipment that are used in the event of a forced entry, one of the tactics and equipment is a ram.
Correct.
The other one would be a ballistic shield.
Correct.
Right? And how, to your understanding, how does a ballistic shield work?
So I'm not a trained person on a ballistic shield, so I can give you a layman's version of it, but it is a bulletproof shield. It is inherently complex to operate. You would think it is easy, but it has limited vision. It's heavy. You have to have someone controlling the person who has the shield, giving this person directions. I am not a shield person or what's the term I'm looking for, like a shield operator, so I don't know much more than that about a shield.
You've not been trained on it.
I am familiar with it, but not trained to, I would not be comfortable to use a shield.
Yeah, and that's what I'm asking. You've
Yes.
not been trained on using a shield. Have you ever done a search warrant when a shield was used?
Yeah.
Have you ever done a search warrant where the shield was used?
Yes.
Okay. And is it designed for the, after entry is made, the shield goes in first?
No, the shield would go first. That would defeat the purpose of the shield if it's going after, typically.
Yeah, the way it's designed is ram breaks the door if that's required. Then the shield goes in regarding to protect anyone from shots.
Yes.
Right. So, and
Typically, yes, that would be, yes.
it doesn't make sense for shield to be last.
Not typically, no.
And in fact, since you've talked about it in some of your interviews, you were upset to learn as you guys were getting ready to go in that you all had a shield available.
Correct. I think I used the word irritated that we had a shield.
So in the parking lot briefing or the briefing at the station, nobody conveyed to you or to, presumably to anyone else, oh, you guys have somebody with a ballistic shield.
Correct.
And that information would be inherently valuable with it.
Yes.
Because that person would go first.
Yes, it would change the plan.
Right? And then as you guys are walking in, and you've already done this plan in the parking lot and the briefing at the station, you look around and you see a guy with a ballistic shield.
Correct.
And it irritated you because we've not planned for that at all.
Correct.
And again, that is one of the things that is covered in the S.O.P.s of the tactics that our equipment are to be used in the event of a forced entry. Ballistic shield would be one of those things.
Correct.
And that was never covered.
Correct.
And again, as I keep talking about it, but that made a situation that's already dangerous even more dangerous.
All I knew was that I was not informed of the shield, and that's of utilizing the shield. So when I say I'm irritated, I'm saying that I was not informed of this detail or this part of the plan.
And again, that would be valuable information.
Yes, it would.
And just to be clear, you weren't aware of it because it wasn't covered in the briefing at the station.
Correct.
And it wasn't covered in the briefing in the parking lot.
To my knowledge, it was not.
I mean, you were there, were you there the whole time in the parking lot?
We arrived at staggered times, but yes, yes, I was.
They didn't start the briefing and then you show up halfway through?
No.
Okay. And had it been covered, again, I assume these situations are, you're paying close attention in these briefings.
If you're an intelligent person, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
you were paying close attention.
Yes.
Because you know it's risky.
Yes.
Know your job, know what you're supposed to do.
Correct.
And if it had been covered that, hey, we've got a ballistic shield, you would have noticed that.
Yes.
Okay? It was not covered,
To
was
the
it?
best of my knowledge, it was not.
And again, that could be information that was also obtained in the, or would be contained in a search warrant operations plan.
Yes, it should be.
And one was never done, to your knowledge.
To my, correct.
Okay. And based on what we've talked about to this point, none of these things that have occurred up till now, did you have any role in? Other than showing up at the briefing and going to do the job that was assigned to you?
Yes.
Okay, like the search warrant, the intel being provided, the lack of a layout, the incident commander or the lead detective not being at the briefing, not knowing who's got a ballistic shield, not knowing exactly how we're going in or whose job. None of those were your responsibility, were they?
Correct. Correct. I did not provide. Correct. Yes.
And as entry is being, and we'll talk about the knocking and whatnot, but entry is being made into, forced entry is being made into the apartment.
Yes.
And you realize at that point in time, you're doing your job of covering the perimeter. And you realize that someone either was not paying attention in the briefing or didn't get the assignment to cover the guy with the ramp.
I know that someone is not with the ramp. That's all I know.
And I think we covered, that is not something that we would just forget to do. That job would be assigned.
Yes.
Okay? And as you're doing your job of covering the perimeter, you recognize nobody is covering that guy who is really in the most danger of anyone.
In my opinion, yes.
So you take it on yourself to change jobs on the fly and go and cover him.
Correct.
Search warrant preparation.
Correct.
No role in the investigation of Jamarcus Glover. No role in planning the search warrant execution.
Correct.
No role in conducting any of these briefings.
Correct.
None of these things were your responsibility.
That's all I knew.
You didn't know it at the time. You know it now, don't you?
I wouldn't say that, no.
Okay. Now, let's go back to the narcotics S.O.P.s.
Do you want a copy of that? You said you
I
were putting it
do.
as an exhibit. All right, so the first, this first one we discussed.
S.O.Ps. That's marked as Exhibit 1. Turn to page 42. Right here in the middle of the page, starting at in preparing the affidavit, middle of page 42. What does that say?
In preparing the affidavit, the officer should verify addresses, conduct surveillance or other cooperation, and take other appropriate measures to ensure accuracy of the information.
Okay. Now, I think we talked about part of the accuracy of the information you guys had, there was a heavyset female alone in the apartment.
Correct.
That was false, wasn't it? It was not accurate.
The alone part would not have been accurate.
There was someone else there.
Yes.
And that, as we already covered too, that is valuable information to have.
Yes, it is.
Go all the way down to 2.6.3.1, lead detective.
Lead detective prior to serving,
Yeah,
Were you asking me to read out?
yeah,
loud, or do you have a
read out
question?
loud. No, read out loud.
lead detective prior to serving the search warrant, the lead detective may request assistance from the tactical operations team with videotaping the location unless exigent circumstances exist. The lead detective is also
Hold on, there was a
responsible.
period there. Okay, so let's stop for a second.
And just to correct the record, he said tactical, it's technical
Technical.
operations.
Technical, my fault, yeah.
So prior to serving the search warrant, the lead detective, who would be Josh Jennings,
Yes, correct.
may request assistance from the technical operations team with videotaping the location unless exigent circumstances exist. Okay? That's what it
Yes.
says. Now, are you aware of any exigent circumstances that prevented that in this case?
I wouldn't have that information, so no.
What is the technical operations team?
I'm not sure. I don't believe I know what it's saying, but I don't think we have a tactical or a technical operations team. We have a unit that does video surveillance, but I'm not exactly sure what they're called.
Did you see any video surveillance of this location before you went to execute the search warrant?
No.
Now, after the period, it says the lead detective. What's that say?
The lead detective is also responsible for the following. Continue.
Yeah.
Number one, notification of the supervisor.
All right,
Two,
let's stop. Let's go one at a time. Are you aware if that occurred?
did the lead detective notify his supervisor? I believe that's obvious from the large group of people that we have there and all the assets that are.
So you believe that occurred based on the briefing and whatnot?
Yes.
Okay, what's the next one?
Completion of the search warrant and risk assessment matrix.
Okay, now, to your knowledge, you never saw one of those.
Correct.
Okay, number three.
Number three, completion of the search warrant checklist.
All right, what is that?
The search warrant checklist would be like as it says, it's a checklist to make sure that you have done certain things. As you said, surveillance. It's similar to the matrix. You're compiling some notes and some evidence and whatnot.
So it's a checklist done to ensure, A, that you're executing a search warrant on a proper place, and B, to ensure the safety of the people executing the search warrant.
Yes.
Okay?
No objection, just the one question, as the witness already testified, he had no role in obtaining the warrant, also testified he wasn't the lead detective, false for speculation.
No, right. You said yes. You never saw one of those in this case?
Correct.
Right. And then, number 4,
Completion of an operations plan.
and as we already covered, you never saw one of those.
Correct.
To your knowledge, one was not performed, or was not completed.
Objection. The state's witnesses testimony.
I never saw the operations plan.
Okay. And I think we covered too, according to the S.O.P.s, writing on the whiteboard is not a substitution for the operations plan, which has a specific form under the rules.
The whiteboard would not substitute the form
Okay.
that you're referring to.
Right. What's the next one?
Completion, correction, securing approval of the operation plan.
Okay, so that indicates that you have to prepare an operations plan and then get someone to approve it.
Yes.
Okay? Are you aware if that occurred?
It's obvious that that did occur with all the assets that are available, or that are being utilized that evening. But I don't have information.
Well, if an operations plan wasn't filled out, how could one be approved?
I don't believe there is a timeline as to when the operations plan the form has to be turned in, per se, because these are fluid events. So if I turn in the operations plan right now, and my search warrant doesn't happen for an hour, there may be a plan. So now I'm committed to that form that I've submitted previously.
Well, it's required by policy, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And it can't be done after a search warrant's executed. One of the reasons for it is to protect both public safety and the officers.
I don't know if there's a timeline to when it can be turned in.
It just has to be done before the search warrant is executed.
I believe it has to be done. I believe the form has to be completed.
It has to be completed and has to be approved prior to the service of the search warrant.
This is asking the operations plan, not necessarily the operations form. The form is an administrative form, and that's how I'm looking at it as. The plan would be what I call the whiteboard.
Okay. And again, the S.O.P.s specifically indicate that there is an operations plan form to be used, don't they?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what's the next thing that's required?
Entering pertinent information about the search warrant location into HIDA deconfliction software.
You don't have any idea if that was performed or not?
No.
Okay. And what's number 7?
7, being present at the pre-service briefing.
Okay. And that would be the whiteboard briefing, correct?
I would think so.
Right. And Josh James is the lead detective, and to your knowledge, he was not at that briefing, was he?
That's correct. That's how I remember it, yes.
And even though this policy says the lead detective is responsible for being present at the pre-service briefing.
Yes.
Okay. Now, move on down to the supervisor will also verify and approve. And go ahead and just start with them all.
The supervisor will also verify and approve, 1, the completion of an operations plan, 2, that all personnel participating in the execution of the search warrant have been briefed, 3, that information entry has been placed into deconfliction software, 4, that all personnel participating in the enforcement action have signed and dated the operations plan.
Let's stop there.
Number 4.
Let's stop there.
No objective line of questioning again. He's not a supervisor. He doesn't have any idea what supervisors would verify and approve. Also speculation.
Okay. You participated in the enforcement action, didn't you?
Objection.
Which would be the execution of the search warrant.
Correct.
Did you sign and date an operations plan?
No.
that all, no, go ahead.
Number 4, that all personnel have their required equipment, i.e. ballistic vests, weapon, extra magazines, handcuffs, OC spray, S.O.P.s, not sure what that is, and S.O.P.s, and reflective armbands. Other equipment such as eye protection and tactical gloves may be necessary for the execution of the search warrant. As each situation will be different, it is at the discretion of the commanding officer in charge of the search warrant detail as to whether this equipment is needed. This does not prevent any personnel assigned to the detail to utilize this equipment at his or her discretion.
Okay. And I think we've already covered of, one of the things that you were not aware of was the availability of a ballistic shield until you guys show up at the door.
Correct.
Now, what's the next paragraph? Prior to serving the warrant.
Prior to serving a warrant, the supervisor in charge will conduct a pre-service meeting for personnel assigned to execute the search warrant. During this meeting, personnel will be assigned to search and entry teams.
Right? And you were assigned to one of those search and entry teams, correct?
Yes.
Right. And then what's the next paragraph?
Supervisor is also responsible for reviewing the search warrant checklist and matrix with the lead detective prior to the pre-service meeting. All personnel involved in the execution of the warrant should be present at the pre-service meeting.
Okay. Now, the checklist and the matrix, again, we've covered. You never saw either one of those.
Actually, that's the answer.
You can answer.
Correct.
Right? And you never signed and dated an operations plan.
Correct.
All right, go to the next page of the items discussed should include.
Okay. The items discussed should include, but not be limited to, the following: person in charge, location.
Now, you covered the person in charge was Lieutenant Hoover, correct?
Yes.
So that was covered.
Yes. Location, layout of the premises.
Now, the layout of the premises, that was not covered, correct? You had no idea what the layout of the place was when you went there. Objection.
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead.
Layout of the premises, suspect information, weapons, possibility of children present, possibility of disabled persons present, animals present, chemical hazards, environmental hazard, types of odors, fortifications, fences and walls, probable location of evidence, need for EMS, required equipment, i.e. raid jackets, display badges, other identifications, etc., radio frequencies to be utilized, contingency plan. If a detective is seriously injured and a hospital run is required, access route to the closest hospital, alternate breach entry location. This will be noted on the operation plan.
Was that covered?
No. Surveillance conducted prior to entry.
Was that covered?
Yes, we were told that we had a surveillance, that we had Mike Campbell was being the surveillance person.
Was any information from the surveillance conveyed to you?
Not that I remember specifically.
Because, you know, as we said, you believe there was a female there alone.
Correct.
All the way down to the last paragraph here on page 44.
Execution of the search warrant. When executing the search warrant, the lead detective will be in the passenger seat of the lead vehicle in order to lead the search warrant team from the vehicle to the target location.
All right, stop. The lead detective in this case wasn't even there, was he? Josh James
Right.
was the lead detective.
Yes.
He wasn't in the first car going to Springfield, was he?
No, he was not.
He wasn't even at Springfield.
Correct.
Now, you on page 45?
Yes.
All right, let's go all the way down to an officer may break in.
Where you see that? Are you familiar with this page?
Not really, no.
If you feel like you need to review the document prior to answering a question on a specific
Well, but-
sentence, take your time to do it.
That's okay. What are you looking at? Okay.
Right there.
Where are we?
Page 45. Narcotics, S.O.P.s.
An officer may break into and enter any premises or vehicle when necessary for the execution of a search warrant if, number one, the officer has previously announced his or her identity and purpose, reasonably believes that either the admittance is being denied or unreasonably delayed, or that the premises or vehicle is unoccupied.
Number two.
Two, the officer has probable cause to believe that given notice would endanger the life or safety of any person or the destruction of evidence is imminent.
Okay. Now, number two did not, in your understanding, number two did not apply in this situation.
Say that again.
Did you, was it your belief that you all had probable cause to believe that giving notice would endanger the life or safety of any person or the destruction of evidence is imminent? Because you all actually gave notice, correct?
Right, yes.
So two did not apply. That's for no.
Yeah, correct.
All right, so let's talk about number one. May break into and enter any premises if, for the execution of a search warrant, if the officer has previously announced his identity, and you indicated that occurred,
Yes.
all right, and purpose, and reasonably believes either that admittance or being denied. Did y'all have any reason to believe that your admittance was being denied?
I'm not sure I understand that correctly. The denying is the door was not being opened, so that is how I would interpret it.
This might be a good time for us to take a break. So ladies and gentlemen, it's 5 till 3. Let's take a recess until 10 after 3, and please remember the separation admonition.
All rise for the pledge.
right, ladies and gentlemen, anything to report from the break? All right. Mr. Finke?
Knocking the first 2 times and not announcing, and then announcing that entry was being denied.
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you have any role in making the decision to breach the door?
No.
Steve, I realize you're about to get into this new line of questioning. Can you
Go ahead. Yeah, let's take 5.
Off the record at 11:46. Back on the record at 11:54.
Okay. When we stopped, we were talking about page 45 of the narcotics manual regarding forced entry into a premises. And number 1 of an officer may break into and enter a premises if the officer has previously announced his or her identity and purpose. And that occurred, we've established.
Correct.
And the first couple of times he knocked and didn't announce. Is that right?
Yes.
And then he announced. Were other people talking during that time?
Yes.
Okay. Who else what else was going on when he's trying to announce? Other people kind of yelling search warrant, police, or is that when Brett is arguing with the neighbor, or what else? What other noise is going on?
Objection.
So the timeline, and this is very simplified, obviously. John makes a normal knock, and at some point prior to the forceful knocks is when this other person from above comes out, and then the forceful knocks and the door comes down. That's obviously very simplified.
Okay. So normal knock, no announce. Forceful knock, no announce. Neighbor comes out, argument ensues. More forceful knock with announce, maybe 1 or 2 times, and then hit the door. Is that how you recall it?
Objection. State's testimony.
That's simplified. Yes, that is more or less the timeline.
Okay. So, and I think part of that time, you were kind of outside watching the perimeter, which you understood to be your job,
Yes.
or not understood. That was your job.
Correct.
Who assigned that job to you?
Oh, that I don't exactly remember. It would have been Hoover or Jon Mattingly.
But part of this time, you're out a little farther away watching the perimeter sliding glass door, so to speak.
Yes.
And then you realize, he knocks again, neighbor comes out. Sometime around that time, do you realize Noble doesn't have cover?
No, that I only noticed when Noble's had cover was after he'd already hit the door maybe once or twice.
Okay, so he's already hitting the door before you realize he doesn't have cover.
Yes.
And you have to move at that point in time.
Correct.
Okay. And do you know who all is talking, yelling during the time that Brett is knocking? Or not, excuse me, not Brett.
Right.
John. You said other people are talking during that time when you guys are outside the door. And we know there was a time when Brett and the neighbor are arguing.
Yes.
And they're actually yelling, both of them, aren't they?
Yes.
And does Hoover actually get into a yell? Is he yelling as well?
I don't remember Hoover yelling, no.
Okay. So just Hangison's the only one you recall yelling, and then the neighbor yelling back.
Yes.
And they're going back and forth for a little bit of time.
Correct.
during that time, is John is trying to knock and communicate with the people in the apartment?
I don't know.
Okay. Is it fairly kind of chaotic?
There's a lot of noise and it's being amplified from this shape of the building. Yes.
Okay. So there's a lot of noise, both from him knocking, him announcing, Brett yelling, neighbor yelling, maybe other people announcing police or whatever.
That is not happening at the same time per se.
Okay.
That is happening over several seconds, but it's not happening as in one
Yeah.
form.
Not all at once.
The same.
Yeah.
45 seconds.
And that was just his perception.
Correct.
But all of him yelling, police, search warrant. Did you ever yell?
No.
Okay. Did you hear other officers yell?
Yes.
Okay. You don't know who, you just know they're yelling.
Correct.
Right? And you've got Brett yelling, not at the door, but at the neighbor. You can answer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Brent is having a
Shouting
verbal
match.
exchange with this guy.
Is it a shouting match?
It is, and I believe I explained it as the guy is being somewhat belligerent to Brent and questioning his verbal directions.
Okay. He's being, the neighbor's being, not neighbor, but the guy's being loud.
Yes.
And did you hear his act? Is he hard to understand?
I am not able to understand what they're saying due to the distance.
She's hearing
All
that.
I hear is loud shouting back and forth.
Okay. And other officers are yelling police or search warrant or this is the cops or whatever.
I don't believe anybody was yelling police search warrant during this verbal exchange.
Okay.
Between Brent and the upstairs guy.
Okay. But there came a time when not only John was yelling police search warrant, or did he yell search warrant until the door was breached?
I don't know exactly what everybody says, but you would say police search warrant or search warrant, police come to the door. So a verbal directive of police would have been given, or was given at the door.
Okay. And multiple people are giving it.
Yes.
And does that make, because you've actually given a statement that you didn't talk because when multiple people talk, it makes it hard to understand.
Yes.
And multiple people are talking in this, outside this door.
They are giving loud verbal directives, yes.
Different people, and they're not like all saying 1, 2, 3, let's yell search warrant. Everybody's talking at a different time
Yes.
and saying different things.
Yes.
Making it hard to understand.
Objection.
I believe they're making it very clear by their loud voices of what they're saying.
Did you ever hear anyone from inside say, "We're not letting you in"?
No.
Denying entrance.
No, I heard no one speaking to me from inside the building.
Okay. Moved into position yet?
It could have been due to the distance, yes.
Okay. Once you're aware that if someone is yelling, who is it? Is it reasonable to actually tell everybody, hey, shut up, let's see if we can communicate with this person? So you don't have to bust the door down?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Once somebody says, hey, who is it? Rather than everybody yelling at once, somebody should communicate with them.
Correct, yes.
Now, is that something that is covered in a search warrant briefing or the parking lot plan of who's going to try to communicate with the person in the residence?
Would that be formally communicated? No. that would not be formally communicated. It would be, like I said, police work is fluid, so if I can hear a person and I'm on the back side of the building, I would want to communicate that to folks who are on the front side of the building. So that wouldn't be an assigned job per se. You would set yourself up for failure if you did that.
Okay. So there's not one person that's supposed to talk and try to make contact.
Can you clarify that a little bit?
Yeah, but what I'm at is, if everybody's yelling at once, it makes it much harder to understand.
Yes.
You agree with that?
Yes.
Is anybody assigned to, I'm the guy that's going to be knocking and yelling, everybody else be quiet so they can understand me?
I don't believe there's a formal assignment, but if you're the person standing at the door, you are the person who is going to be knocking and announcing. That would be logical.
Right. And so that person knocks and announces, and everybody else shuts up, so maybe they can understand what's going on. Objection is answered. Which is what you did, actually.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
But everybody else didn't. Everybody else is talking. You're being quiet, but other people are yelling.
No, well, John's initial light knock. I'm not sure I understand I don't understand the question. So there's a timeline that's happening here. So this isn't a continuous knocking. There are gaps here, so people can communicate with us and we can communicate with folks.
Okay. But, and what I think I'm trying to ask him, I think we've covered it, but nobody is doing John's not doing the only talking. Other people are talking and yelling and trying to communicate.
Yes, other people are giving.
Get back into this. Did you see after the shots were fired, Mattingly returns fire, you return fire, did you see a pile of men in the parking lot when you came out?
I won't object formally just because I don't understand the question.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
After the shot, after you fired the shots
Mhm.
and you retreated to the parking lot,
Mhm.
did you see a pile of men laying on the ground?
At some point, I wouldn't describe it like that.
Okay, how would you describe it?
From which part of the timeline?
Okay, well, were there any other times that you saw a group of men laying on the ground?
What do you mean by laying on the ground?
Well, from the time you guys arrived at Springfield to execute the search warrant until you left with peer support, was there any time in which part of your team were on the ground?
Yes.
All right. What was the first time?
The first time that I saw someone on the ground, laying on the ground,
Mhm.
in a prone position would have been Mike Campbell, probably, would have been the closest person I saw to the laying or in a prone position.
Okay, and where was that?
In the, what I call like the T intersection there of the sidewalk and the apartment walkway area, breezeway.
Towards the curb of the parking lot?
Yes, the curb.
Okay, and when was that?
That was as we were retreating, like you said.
Who else did you see on the ground? Did you see anybody else either fall over Campbell or be beside Campbell on the ground?
So Campbell is on the ground, and that's when, and I can't specifically identify people, but that is when most of the folks that were in the vestibule area kind of bulldoze or walk over Mike Campbell.
Okay, so the people that were in the vestibule area are retreating. And that would include you,
Yes,
Sergeant Mattingly,
correct.
Hoover,
Mhm.
Nobles,
Yes,
James,
yes.
and Hankison? Or was,
Now, I am not able to identify any specific person other than John and Mike Campbell. I can't identify anybody else than them precisely.
but you saw both of those two go to the ground?
Mike Campbell is on the ground and John is scooching, shuffling, you know. He's not on the ground, he is moving over Mike Campbell.
Okay. Do you see him fall over Mike Campbell?
Not necessarily fall, just kind of bulldoze over him, and then they're out of sight.
Let me start, what do you mean by bulldoze over?
Well, Mike Campbell is a fairly large man, and behind Mike Campbell is the parking lot, cars, so that is a confined space. So you can't fit Mike Campbell and other bodies through this confined space without there being some type of tripping or falling or stumbling or however you want to call that.
Okay. So, trip, fall, stumble, bulldoze, whatever reason, Mattingly goes over Campbell and goes to the ground.
I don't know if, I can't identify specific people, but people more or less go over Campbell to get through the parking lot.
Okay. Does other people fall?
It is just a mass of people moving over Mike Campbell. And at the same time, I am also moving as well. So I'm not able to give great detail as to who's doing what and whatnot. I just see men falling and tripping and are moving forward.
Okay. Now, and you guys are retreating from the apartment. Are you trying to go backwards, or you turn and have your back to the apartment?
I am moving, well, I'll say I am moving away from the apartment. Say that again, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, as you're retreating from the apartment to the parking lot.
Right.
Everybody else is retreating also?
Yes.
Okay. Are you running with your back to the apartment, facing the parking lot, or are you backing out, still looking at the apartment?
No, I am facing the parking lot and moving towards the parking lot.
And that's how you see Campbell,
Yes.
Mattingly, anybody else trying to get
Correct.
over the top of it.
Yes.
And you may have been, do you observe anyone else actually go down, or are they just scrambling over the top of him, or how exactly does that happen?
Objection, ask an answer. Answer the question.
I'll use your word, just scrambling, moving forward, just a mass of people, unidentifiable people moving forward, scrambling.
Okay. Is anyone shooting at the apartment at that time?
I believe I said that I am able to see flashing while I'm moving from the vestibule to the parking lot.
Okay.
But, so yes, I'm able to see flashing lights.
Okay.
Flashes.
You don't, at the time, you do not know either if that's one of you guys providing cover or someone else shooting? Or do you?
I don't know.
Okay. At what point in time did you say, unfuck yourself and reload?
That was during the reloading, when we were all in cover.
So after you all get to the parking lot, scramble, fall, whatever, you're kind of in cover.
Yes, we're behind the parking lot, or behind the parking lot cars.
Now, is someone still out in front of the cars returning fire into the building?
I don't know, I don't think I ever seen anything like that.
Okay. So at what point in time do you recall the shooting stopping?
I'm not sure I'm able to, I put an exact timeline on it. I know that I saw those flashes of lights as I'm moving through those, or just prior to moving through those cars into the parking lot.
Did anyone ride with you from the station to St. Andrew's Church?
No, no.
Okay. Did anyone ride with you from St. Andrew's Church to Springfield?
Yes.
Who was that?
Lieutenant Hoover.
Okay, and his car or truck was left at the church?
Presumably, yes. I'm not sure how he got there.
You don't know how he got to the church?
Correct.
All right. Now, when you left the briefing at the station, where did you go?
I went to the church.
Went directly to the church from the station?
Yes.
Did you go by Dixie Highway, anywhere out on Dixie Highway?
No, I don't believe so. I don't know that area that well. I would have gone right to that location.
Okay. Do you recall who else drove from the church to Springfield?
No, I didn't. We didn't. What's the word? We didn't caravan over there, or follow each other over there. So
Did
I
not?
don't know. Correct.
Okay. Everybody just kind of went separate and arrived when they got there?
Yes.
Was that part of the operations plan or the briefing?
To meet at the church, yes. Not transportation to the church.
Okay, so getting from the church to Springfield wasn't something that was covered?
Yes, it was covered at the church.
Okay. And how was it covered? You're not going to caravan, just everybody get there when they get there, or how did that work?
From
Objection misstates his testimony. He said that there was no plan to caravan from the briefing to the church, not from the church to Springfield. Answer the question.
Correct. There's no plan to go from the church to or from the office to the church. There's no plan, but from the church to the location, you want to minimize as many vehicles as you can.
And all get there at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. And so you all followed each other?
Yes.
And
To the church, or to you're killing me here.
I got you.
To Springfield, yes.
And someone rode with you.
Right, Hoover, yes.
Hoover rode with you. Did anyone ride with Nobles?
I don't know.
Did he have anyone else in his truck?
I don't know.
Do you recall how seeing Cole Gibson there?
Yes.
Who
No,
is-
no, not at the church, no.
Okay, at Springfield.
Yes.
When do you recall seeing him?
My sense of time when Cole got there, that was after SWAT got there, so sometime after the event.
Did you talk to Detective Gibson?
Yes.
Okay. Was he your peer escort?
Informally, I would say yes. I hadn't heard the term peer escort, so that night, So the call would have been informally, I think my peer is going.
Clip on his tack vest.
Right.
Where did you keep the actual cameras?
What do you mean? The camera is kept on your person.
All right.
The clip, that's where it's kept. on the
It
clip.
goes on the clip that's on your tack vest, is that right?
Yes.
And if you're not wearing a tack vest, where does it go?
It can go in various places, and on the dock, and your desk, it can go in various places.
On your lapel?
Right.
Anywhere you want to wear it?
Mhm.
Right. Now, it was removed from your tack vest that night, is that correct?
No.
It was on?
No, I didn't have a camera on there.
Okay. So if there's a place for it on your tack vest to mount, it was not in that mount, correct?
Correct.
Had it just never been on that tack vest, or was it removed from it?
The camera wasn't with me that evening.
Where was it?
To the best of my knowledge, it was in the car or in my desk.
Were you in your car?
That evening, yes.
Okay, so if to the best of your knowledge, it was in your car, then it was with you that evening.
Objection to the form of question. That's what he said. You answer.
The car was either in my desk or in the car or somewhere, yes.
But you never looked for it,
I don't remember looking for it, correct.
because you were not going to wear it.
Right.
It was that you recorded on the day before with your body cam,
No, I have no idea.
okay? Would it have been your work as a law enforcement officer,
Probably.
okay? And do you do other law enforcement work other than narcotics at that time?
I'm a policeman, so I could pretty much do almost any job that they ask me to do.
Or were you doing other jobs on March 11th, or were you doing narcotics work?
I don't know exactly.
'Cause if you're doing narcotics work and you're recording and downloading video on March 11th, the day before, you obviously understood that narcotics use their body cameras.
I'm not disputing that. That's correct. I'm aware of yes.
And was there if narcotics used body cameras, if they were issued, and it was used the day before this raid, what reason was it not used for this specific search warrant execution?
I don't know. Where are you looking at, right here? Okay, my fault. Go ahead. I thought you were looking, okay. CID was created combining other pre-existing investigatory units, narcotics and Ninth Mobile.
Keep going.
The operations manual for CID was revised on July 1, 2020. There was not an operations manual for the unit prior to this, so I examined previous operations manuals for the narcotics unit and Ninth Mobile. The Ninth Mobile operations manual does not discuss use of V or WVS. Additionally, the Ninth Mobile detectives were routinely issued the equipment and were obligated to use the equipment as directed by LMPD policy.
Stop that. Were you ever part of the Ninth Mobile?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
The operations manual for the narcotics unit from the effective date of July 18, 2019 addressed WVS with little variation to LMPD policy. There are no additional prohibitions listed for the use of the equipment specific to the covert nature of the investigation.
All right, stop. So, at least according to this report, there is no, and let's use the exact language. The operations manual for the narcotics unit addressed WVS with little variation to the LMPD policy. Okay? Now, do you dispute that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what do you base that on?
I base that on my experience in the years I was in narcotics.
Okay. Is anything specific to the policy, or just that's how you did it?
Both, probably.
Okay. When had you last reviewed the narcotics operations manual, S.O.P.?
I have no idea.
So you weren't particularly familiar with it on either in March of 2020 or today?
No, I'm familiar with all of the policies. I just hadn't, I don't know when the last time I reviewed it would have been.
Are you aware of anything in the narcotics policy that exempts you from having to use a body camera if it's assigned to you?
I don't have that policy in front of me, but I would say there are exemptions. Yes, there are. There would have to be.
Well, we looked at it earlier. It's exhibit.
This is not the narcotics policy, though.
That is.
Okay.
And are you familiar with anything in the narcotics policy that exempts narcotics officers from using WVS if it's been assigned to them?
I mean, I would have to go through this whole thing, but there has to be exemptions of using a video recorder for the work we do.
You don't know what it is, you just think there has to be one.
There has to be one.
Okay. The part of a policy that exempted narcotics from wearing WVS.
There would have to be one.
Okay. But you don't know it, you just think there was one.
Correct.
Because nobody did.
I'm not sure about that. I would say there has to be a policy on when you can and can't, when an appropriate time would be to wear the video system.
You're just not familiar with it.
I can't remember today.
Okay. And as we talked about initially, these policies and S.O.P.s are put in place as best practices,
Yes.
right? And they can be deviated from in a limited number of circumstances.
I would agree, yes.
Right? One of them is exigent circumstances,
Yes.
public safety,
Correct.
if something in it's not addressed by the policies,
Correct.
right? Other than that, you're supposed to follow them.
Correct.
And they are designed, one, not only for officer safety, but public safety as well.
Yes.
And choosing to ignore one just because you think there might be something that allows you to can be dangerous, can't it?
Object to the form of the question.
Can you say that again?
Yeah. Choosing to ignore a policy just because you think there's a reason you can without knowing anything can be dangerous, can't it?
Object to the form of the question.
It would be inappropriate, yes.
And much like if these people doing the search warrant operations plans, they just said, I don't think I have to do that, it doesn't really apply to me. That puts you in danger when they don't do what they're supposed to, doesn't.
Objective form of question.
It could complicate situations by not following that form, yes.
The procedures are in place for a reason. And ignoring them or disregarding them makes inherently dangerous situations more dangerous.
Objection.
Department without positively identifying a threat.
All right, stop for a second. Are you trained in the academy about use of deadly force?
Yes,
Target identification?
yes,
Being responsible for every shot? You're accountable for every shot?
yes,
Do you, do you agree that you shot 16 times that night?
I've been informed of that prior 16 minutes.
And I've read you at the time had no idea how many times you shot.
Actually, for
I was under the impression I fired 4 rounds at the time.
Was there a time in which you had a positive target identification on the shot that was fired at Sergeant Mattingly?
I have clearly, over various interviews, clearly explained what I was shooting at.
And that was a shadowy figure?
That was a deadly threat in front of me that shot at me, correct?
Well, and again, I don't want to go too far into this. The individual that was killed did not fire a gun at you, correct?
Correct.
And did you ever actually see a gunshot be fired at you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Where were you when you observed the shot being fired?
In the threshold, the frame of the door. Not in the frame of the door, but within the frame of the door.
And Sergeant Mattingly was in front of you in the frame of the door?
Correct.
And you were right behind him in the frame of the door?
I was behind him, yes.
Now, is that, moving back to the briefing and the planning, is that how you guys were briefed and to execute the search warrant?
No, like we discussed earlier, the plan changed due to seeing that Mike Myles didn't have a cover person.
Somebody either didn't get assigned the proper role to cover Mike Nobles, or they didn't do their job.
objection, asking the attorney.
Mike Nobles, correct, did not have a cover person when he was working.
Right. And again, that would be something that has to be assigned.
Yes.
And at least either it wasn't done or somebody didn't do it.
Same objection.
Correct.
Right? And so you took that responsibility.
Yes.
Now, are you trained for both of you to be in the doorway at one time?
Well, when you say in the doorway, as we all know, a doorway is a small space. You can't fit 2 men side by side into a doorway. You stagger each other like a roller coaster or a train car.
Okay? So, and would that be what is called in police work, I guess, the fatal funnel?
Correct. A confined space would be the fatal funnel.
No. Was it your all's part of the briefing and plan for both of you all to be in the doorway at the same time?
How else do you get into a doorway without standing in front of the doorway?
Okay, and my question is, the part of the planning was for both of you guys to be in the doorway at once?
Objective form.
You can only fit so many inches within a doorway. Maybe I'm not understanding your question.
No,
You can't walk two people through a door. Is that what you're asking me?
No, I'm saying, was that how it was planned? You guys both being in the doorway together, was that part of the plan of breaching the apartment?
How else do you get multiple bodies through a doorway if you're not standing in the doorway?
Is that a yes?
No.
It's common sense. You have to form a line to walk into a door.
Okay, and so are you saying that was part of you and Mattingly both being in the doorway?
That's
staggered.
That's not a plan. That's common sense.
Okay, well, and again, when you're executing the entry of an apartment, we do all of these things as required by policy to plan that out, correct?
Correct.
So there's not mistakes that happen, and both the public and officers aren't put in unreasonable danger. And that plan includes how entry is made, who goes in, when they go in, and how that is done, correct?
Yes.
Was part of that plan for Mattingly to go in first, you be staggered behind him also in the doorway?
Initially, no, that was not, to my knowledge, that was not the plan, no.
Yeah.
Due to my assignment, yes.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to get to is, it was never planned for you and Mattingly to both be in the doorway.
Yes, correct.
In the briefing, at the church, none of this is ever part of a plan.
Objective form of the question.
Correct. There was not a formal plan. Yes, correct.
And all of those, through no fault of yours, were supposed to be done before you're in that situation.
Objective form of the question. Can we check we understand what he's asking?
Yes, there was a plan prior to me moving forward.
Actually, I think, what was my last question?
And all of those, through no fault of yours, were supposed to be done before you're in that situation.
That being who goes in, who makes entry, who goes in first, who goes in second, who's covering Nobles, who's covering Mattingly, all of those were part of, or supposed to be planned out.
Yes.
Okay. None of that was actually done and planned out ahead of time by whoever at station or whoever at the church.
Object. The state's testimony.
No, there was a plan from the church to the parking lot, or from the church to. We had the plan, the operations. See, now I'm confusing myself. You're confusing me. We had our church parking lot operations plan with individual assignments.
Okay. And whose assignment was it to cover the ramp?
I don't know.
And again, I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but that is one of the most important roles.
Objection. Answer, horse is dead.
Cover for
Yes,
the ramp.
Mike Nobles' job is, the cover person for Mike Nobles' job is an important job, yes.
That has to be assigned.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, it wasn't assigned.
I don't remember if it was or not. Yes, correct.
And your assignment was to cover the perimeter.
Yes.
So, in back to what I was asking of, part of the plan, you were never supposed to be entering the doorway together with Mattingly, were you? You were supposed to be watching the perimeter.
That's a hard question to answer because plans change. But to answer your question, if plans go exactly how they're supposed to go, then the answer would be yes.
And by the same token, the entire plan, if you have a ballistic shield, that's supposed to go in first before anybody.
I'm not an expert on the ballistic shield, but from my training experience, yes, the ballistic shield should go first.
And had anyone, or at least you, been aware that there was a ballistic shield available, either at the briefing at the station or at the church briefing, you would have said, hey, how about the ballistic shield guy go first?
Objection. Point of question.
Or would you have said that?
I think that would have been implied.
Yeah, it just, everybody knows that's supposed to go first, don't they?
Correct.
Objection. Point of question.
And in whatever briefing and whatever plan that was set up to go into this apartment, nobody ever knows until you're walking up there, oh, we've got a ballistic shield.
I didn't know until we were walking up.
And it upsets you
Yes, it irritated me.
because, again, that changes everything, doesn't it?
Question asked and answered.
Yes.
Now, turn to page 50. Can you do police-related activities, wouldn't it?
Depending on what I'm doing in that unit at the time. I wouldn't want to wear a body camera while I'm interviewing a confidential informant. Or well, that's one example.
Well, are you aware if there's a specific exception in the body cam policy for confidential informants?
I would hope so.
There is, but is there any other examples other than confidential informants that you can think of?
I'm sure there are, but I can't think of any right now.
Let's take a break, about 5 minutes.
Back in the record at 140.
Mr. Cosgrove, I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. We're talking about we've already looked at Exhibit 1, the narcotics manual. That's the S.O.P. regarding narcotics investigations. Now look through there and see if you see anything that addresses body cams in that, or exemptions for body cams. To knock and announce. Who made that decision?
I don't know who made that decision, but that's what I was instructed to do while in the briefing room at the office.
That at the headquarters or station,
Correct.
they said knock and announce.
Yes.
Now, did you determine that to be an order that you could not deviate from?
You could deviate from that, yes, but based on what I was told, the totality of it, the female, the heavy set, the direction that I was given on the board, you could deviate from it for reasons that we would determine law honesty, such as like some kind of exigent circumstance, somebody needing immediate help or something like this, just some extenuating circumstance.
Okay. Now, if someone needs immediate help, you don't even have to have a search warrant.
Correct, and that's why I kind of stumbled over myself there.
All right. But if you are going to the if you have a knock and announce warrant, okay, you're not allowed to just go in and no knock, are you?
No, no.
You have to knock and announce. If
Right.
you have a no-knock warrant, you can go in without knocking, or you can choose to knock.
Yes.
Right. Now, however, if you have a no-knock warrant, SWAT is supposed to do it, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah. And so, simply because you have a no-knock warrant and you decide, oh, we're gonna knock and announce, you don't get to go there and change your mind all of a sudden because SWAT's not there.
Objection to the form of question. I want to further object because this witness has already testified that he was not a part of the decision-making. And to the extent there are any questions about the risk assessment matrix, he's already testified that he wasn't involved in the creation, preparation, or submission of that document, and I've never even seen it.
And you wish you'd have seen it, don't you?
It would have been
Objection to the
helpful.
form of question.
An accurate risk assessment matrix would have been very helpful, wouldn't it?
Yes.
But back to the question I was asking if you have a no-knock warrant and you're briefed that we're gonna knock and announce, and just you guys, CID guys, go. Absent something, somebody inside being at risk, you guys aren't allowed to just say, no, we're gonna go in as no-knock, because SWAT is not there, correct?
Correct, unless there's some new mitigating circumstances that would make it, or would go back on the original no knock. Correct.
All right, the Commonwealth's next witness.
Your Honor, first and foremost, that's the end of the clip, and at this time I would move to admit it's going to be Commonwealth's Exhibit 155, which are all 16 clips together on this USB drive.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, it'll be so admitted.
Commonwealth calls Chelsey Nepper.
If you'd raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can take your mask off while you're testifying if you wish, but you're not required to.
So state your name and spell it, please.
Chelsey Napper, and it's Chelseey. Last name too. Napper.
If you would speak up so we can hear. And do you live in Louisville?
Yes,
Did you grow up in Louisville?
I did.
Did you go to high school in Louisville?
I did.
Now, do you live with Cody Etherton?
Yes.
And how long have you all been together?
I would say a little over 6 years.
Or actually a little under 6 years, sorry. Or no, a little over 6 years,
Little
sorry.
over 6 years.
Yeah.
Do you and Cody have children?
Yes.
And who are they?
I have an older son named Zayden, and we have a 2-year-old together named Bryson.
Now, you said Zayden is your son.
Right.
When you met Cody, did you have, Zayden had already been born?
Not when I met him, but me and Cody have known each other for a long time, but I had him before Bryson.
And did you always have custody of Zayden?
I'm sorry, before me and Cody were together, I meant to say I did have Zayden.
And did you always have custody?
Yes.
Now, Bryson was born when? You're and Cody's son.
June 3rd, 2020.
So in March 12th specifically, you were pregnant with Bryson?
Yes.
How many months pregnant?
I would say about 7 months.
And where did you and Cody, in March of 2020, you, Cody, and Zayden live?
In St. Anthony Garden Apartments.
And what's that address?
3003 Springfield Drive, Apartment 3.
Ms. Napper, I'm going to hand you 2 photographs marked Commonwealth Exhibit 156. And what does that photograph show?
This was right after Bryson was born. Well, I would say a couple weeks after he was born. We went to Cody's grandma's to just visit.
And that's you, Cody, Zayden, and Bryson.
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the family?
Absolutely.
I looked at Exhibit 156 at this time.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, it'll be so admitted.
Now, 157, hand you this photograph. And who is that?
That's Zayden.
That's Zayden?
Yep.
And is that when was that taken, that picture?
This was, I would say, in 2020.
And is that a accurate picture of your son?
Yes.
And so we move to admit Exhibit 157.
No objection.
It'll be so admitted.
How long had you all lived at 3003 Springfield?
Over a year, but less than 2 years.
And what was your apartment number?
Apartment 3.
Now, I want you to, we're going to put a photograph on the screen behind you, which Commonwealth has already been admitted as Commonwealth Exhibit 71. And is there a laser pointer up there?
I don't see one. Thank you.
You would take a look at this overhead, and as you see the building 3003 designated up there, and can you just point to it with the laser? Now, generally, when you all would come home to your apartment 3 there, how would you enter the complex here? Would you just take us on the route that you would come in?
Well, so if you go up the road, like it would be over here, down this road, there's a main road like over here. You go up and there's an entrance It's not really shown in this picture.
So how would you come in, from the lower road or the road right?
No, there was a gate that blocked this, so we would have to come into the main entrance of the apartments, which would be this
That
way
way?
we would take.
And because the gate was locked
Right.
at that time in March, early March of 2020.
Yes.
So did you have a particular parking place that you all used?
Not like one specific. No, we just parked.
So those buildings that are on at what we're looking at, the lower road there as you're coming in, those apartment buildings are right across the street then from your building?
These?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you, at that time, were you working
I just lost my job from COVID.
because of COVID?
Yes.
Because actually, that's right about the day that COVID hit.
March 6th is when I would say the majority of people were either laid off or sent to work from home, and that's so about a week before this happened.
And again, if you could speak up just a little bit. And was Cody working?
Yes.
And what hours did he work?
I mean, he left really early in the morning, of course, Monday through Friday, but he did a lot of, working overtime at night and on the weekends.
Now, if you would look at Exhibit 76, which has been admitted, and that's behind you again on the screen, and point out where the front door is of your apartment, and then the bedroom that you and Cody used, and the bedroom that Zayden slept in. And then specifically in the bedroom where Zayden slept, where was his bed?
His bed, so the pillows were right here, but it would go long ways, just like that.
So the pillows were on that wall, that common wall with the living room then.
Right.
And the doorway then from your and Cody's bedroom was right across from the doorway to Zayden's bedroom.
Right.
As we see there. Now, you said you had lived there about 2 years in the building?
Yes.
Did you know the neighbors as you're standing in your front door to apartment 3? Apartment 4 would be directly to your left if you're facing the parking lot. Did you know the folks that lived in apartment 4?
I didn't know them, but I passed by with them.
And who would you?
I mainly, are you asking? Go ahead, sorry.
Well, did you know their name?
No.
And how many people were there?
I would say 2 females, and I saw one female with a younger child quite often, and then maybe 1 male.
Now, you saw a male that was actually living there, you thought? Or coming to visit?
Honestly, I didn't think too much about it to know whether he was living there or not.
Okay. And how long had you been seeing the male?
I knew 2 females lived there for a fact.
Okay.
I don't know. I couldn't put a
I can't
time.
hear you once
I
again.
couldn't put a time on it. I just seen him in passing. I didn't know, if he
Okay.
lived there or not. I couldn't tell you if he had a bedroom or if he lived.
Okay. So did you know any of the other neighbors, such as as you're facing looking into the breezeway, to the left of your apartment would be apartment 2. Did you know those people?
I did. In the back, so 1, 2, she was an older lady, yeah, I knew her.
So her doorway was right next to your front door.
Right.
Then her, because would you point out your patio there at the back? So was her patio right next to yours?
Yes.
And then did you know the people in apartment 1?
I mean, if they were in a crowd, I could point them out, but no, I didn't know them personally.
What about any of the 4 apartments upstairs? That would be the number 5, number 6, number 7, or number 8.
No, I didn't know them.
You didn't know them? Now, on March the 12th, what were you and Cody and Zayden doing that evening?
That evening, I didn't have, I remember we did, we colored in a coloring book and just pretty much took it easy. We went to bed fairly early, I'd say about 10:30, and...
You all were in bed then, 10:30?
Yes.
And Zayden was in bed?
Yes.
And Zayden was in his bedroom?
Yes.
In his bed?
Right.
Now, first of all, are you a light sleeper or heavy sleeper?
I'm a very heavy sleeper.
You've always been that way?
Always.
What about Cody?
He is a very light sleeper.
And how about Zayden?
He's a heavy sleeper.
He is a heavy sleeper. Once again, I'm going to have to ask you to speak up.
I'm sorry. He's a very heavy sleeper.
So were you all asleep after you went to bed about 10, you said, and were you asleep?
Yes.
What happened that woke you up?
About 12:40-ish, I feel like me and Cody both jumped out of bed at the same time. It was extremely loud. It felt like, I don't know, somebody set off a bomb or something.
What did you do?
So he took off, and
Who is he?
Cody took off down the hallway, and I just froze for a second, and then I think he said that our apartment is getting shot up, and so he either said something about Zayden, or I don't remember exactly, but I went to check on Zayden, and I felt on him because he said there was bullets flying everywhere. So
Cody said that?
Yes. So I felt Zayden and made sure he was okay, and I walked out of his room and I went to the hallway because I was too... So I go and I check on Zayden. I walk out of the hallway because I was too scared to go past here. So Cody told me, get Zayden, get on the ground, and I got Zayden, I got on the ground.
So point out where you got on the ground.
I got Zayden, and we got down here once everything was fine. The noise stopped. I walked out and I sat down here on the ground. I called my grandma. She said that she really couldn't understand what I was saying, and told me if it was an emergency to call 911. So the reason I called my grandma was because first of all, I had just jumped up from sleep, so I was kind of, and I knew that something bad was happening, and my first instinct told me that I needed to get Zayden out of the situation. Whatever it was, I had no idea what was going on, but I felt like Zayden needed to be picked up. So I called her. Like I said, she said she couldn't understand me, told me to call 911 if it was an emergency. So I called 911. She said, she kind of asked me what was going on, and I told her all I knew. Our apartment was being shot up. There was bullet holes all through the walls, and she assured me that the police were on the scene. And then I later found out they're the ones shooting up.
Okay. Have you had a chance to listen to that 911 call?
I have.
And does that sound like an accurate representation of what you said when you called 911, the first time you called?
Yes.
We would move to admit Exhibit 158
No objection.
Will be so admitted.
and play the 911 call.
Chelsey, I'm going to put a run up for you, and as soon as we can, we'll get somebody out there, okay, to come check on y'all. Is anybody hurt? No. Okay, well, okay, I'm going to let them know, okay? Okay, thank you.
So that was the first time you called 911?
Yes.
And they told you to stay in the apartment?
Right.
Now, and you had seen the glass all shattered on your back, your patio door. Was it cold that night?
Freezing.
So were you, I guess the air was coming in then through that door.
Yes.
So what did you do?
From there, from the 911 call, or
Yes.
about the freezing? So that was the first call. A little bit of time went by, and that's when I heard somebody. It was a neighbor in apartment 3, or no, apartment 4. I'm sorry, and it sounded like, to me, it sounded like a kid. I thought a kid was crying over there. I didn't know what happened, but they kept saying help, help, and I don't know if it was breathe or something. And I told Cody, I said, there is a child over there, and I think you need to go get the child. And I don't know if he was, at some point in time, he tried to go out he opened the front door. The layout's gone, and they yelled at him really loud to get back in. And I can't remember exactly how each thing happened, but I know when he tried to when the glass was falling down, he pulled the blinds to, I don't know why he did, and there was a bunch more officers out back holding lasers and guns on him. There was a dog telling him to put his hands through, there was a bullet hole in the glass door, and right underneath it was a really big hole.
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and point to where that, you said he was putting his hands out, Cody was?
No, he didn't put his hands out. They directed him to put his hands out, and he wouldn't do it. And I told him, it was just so scary and crazy. I didn't know what was going on. they were screaming at him through the back door, and his adrenaline started. He's telling me to call 911 again. They got the wrong apartment, he said. And so that's the second call that I made. And I remember telling him, I'm like, you better get the back here because they're going to shoot you, is what I said.
Okay, so you called again to 911.
Right.
And have you had a chance to listen to that 911 call?
Yes.
And is that, as you remember it, what you heard on the recording, what you remember saying on that call?
Yes.
Would move to admit, play Commonwealth's Exhibit 159.
No objection.
It'll be so admitted.
3003 Springfield Drive. Yes. Is that a house or an apartment there? An apartment. What's the apartment number? Apartment 3. Apartment 3. What's your name and phone number? Chelsey. Number 502-341. What's going on there today, Chelsey? I don't know if they have our apartment confused with whatever is going on, but they're telling him, they're pretty much holding him at gunpoint, saying, get out of the window, our apartment's got bullet holes through it. My son is in here sleeping, and I need somebody to let them know, like, that we need help in here. I don't understand what's going on. Is there somebody inside of your apartment? Me, my boyfriend, and my son. And the dog. Who's inside of your apartment with the gun? Nobody. I'm saying the cops are like through the apartment next to us. And they were really aggressive when we tried to open the door and figure out what's going on. And I don't know what's going on, but just stay inside of your apartment, okay? Okay. Okay. But we just seen them at the door, and they held him at gunpoint. They held who at gunpoint? My boyfriend. They told you what?
The police, I went to the back door. The bullets came through the front wall from the next apartment where the shooting happened, through our wall, and hit our back screen door. And I went to the back screen door just now, and there's police back there with the flashlights, and they're telling me to put my hands out the fucking window.
I'll call over to the dispatcher and let them know. Just stay inside of your apartment, okay? Don't go outside.
All right.
So once again, they told you to stay inside.
Yeah.
Did you, at some point, the officer come to the door and explain to you all what had happened, or did they come and take photographs?
During everything, I had no idea that it was the police. I thought somebody had gotten a fight in either the parking lot or in the neighbors, or something happened. And when I think that it was either an officer or a detective that came in hours later and asked to take pictures. And I asked the officer if the holes were from the police. And he told me, he said, he kind of just shrugged his shoulders. He was like, I don't know.
So they took, and did they collect the two bullets that had, one bullet on the dining room table? Did they collect that?
Yes, and I think there was also one on the living room floor.
By the shattered glass door? And the bullets that came through, they damaged that dining room table.
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you try to do something about the fact that the sliding door was now gone and the cold air was making it very cold in there?
So, once, I don't know, daylight came, I opened the door, things had calmed down, and, I mean, I wouldn't say calmed down, but to the point where it was getting freezing in there. Zayden was getting ready to wake up. I kept opening this door. Okay, so the breezeway is right here, and I tried to go out and talk to the landlord because she wasn't answering the phone. I didn't even know if she knew what had happened or anything. And there was an officer standing in the breezeway saying that we couldn't come outside. And it was a crime scene, that nobody could come outside. You would have to use the back shattered, I guess, walk through glass is what she wanted us to do. I have no idea. And so I kept going back in and kept trying. Finally, I guess they had the cones out there and they did everything they needed to do, and I walked up that hill you've seen that I drove through because I couldn't get a hold of her on the phone. So I took Zayden, and mind you, the door to apartment 3 or apartment 4 is wide open, where a body laid for hours and hours and hours, and I had to block my 5-year-old son, who is wondering. I guess I don't even know what I told him had happened, but I tried to keep it from him forever. And
So you walked where? There's the overhead again, if you want to point to where the office
I
is.
walked up this way. All this was blocked off, so I walked this way, and I walked up, and I walked to the landlord's house, to the landlord's office, and tried to get like a shop vac to suck the glass up, or the door boarded or something. I don't know what I was trying to do, but something.
And did they help you out?
It took a long time. They came and put boards on it that evening, and then it stayed that way for quite a while.
Now, that was your furniture in the apartment.
Yes.
You own the furniture. So at some point after all this happened, did you talk to a lawyer about suing the police?
Well, I remember taking a little bit of time, and I think that there was some officers who were there the next couple of days. One of them actually lived in that apartment complex, and we were talking about it, and I learned that it was in fact the police that shot through our apartment. And I was just thinking, looking at the table, dealing with my 5-year-old who's got all these questions, saying he wants to grow up and be I picked him up from his
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. That's not responsive to the questions.
She's explaining how she, if let her continue with this. Well, did you call the police about the damage to your property?
I called Louisville Metro Police Department and asked them if there was a way I could hold someone accountable for their actions because of the questions I was dealing with out of my 5-year-old. My furniture was ruined. My clock was shot. I just threw it in the garbage. And they gave me the number to the Kentucky Bar Association.
So you called first the Louisville police.
Right.
And asked them how you could be compensated for this, the furniture that was destroyed and so forth.
And not to mention they could have killed
And so,
if I'm pregnant. And
but
yeah.
was it someone at the Louisville Police Department that advised you to call the Kentucky Bar Association?
Right.
Okay. Now, and so eventually you did get in contact with a lawyer and you filed a lawsuit. And did you pay the lawyer to file
No.
this? And so did you come up with the amount of money to put in the lawsuit to ask for?
No, I did not.
And so if you do obtain any money, what percentage will the lawyer get?
40%.
And you all moved away eventually from apartment 3.
Yes, we did.
So we have admitted Exhibit 158 and 159.
Yes, they're both admitted.
questions I have.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Napper, I just have a couple questions about the timeline here. You indicated that you and Cody went to bed about 10 o'clock,
Yes.
and do you know what time this all happened?
I would say right after 12:40.
And you indicated that it happened, it sounded like a bomb went off, correct?
Exactly.
And could you tell what that was?
After the fact, I mean, I jumped out of bed, I heard the noise, I learned that it was Iran with gunshots altogether.
Altogether, do you have any idea how long that lasted?
I have no idea.
I mean, was it a half hour? Was
No.
it a few seconds?
It was pretty short.
Okay. I think you described it at one time as sounding like Fort Knox, correct?
Exactly.
And that's what woke you up.
Yes.
Did you ever hear any conversation outside while that was going on?
No. I heard that and a neighbor crying.
Okay. And was the neighbor was crying after you heard that Fort Knox or heard the explosion, correct?
Yes.
How long was that afterwards, do you know?
I couldn't give you an exact minute by minute, but it was after the gunshots.
Okay. Your apartment is to the rear of the apartment where this shooting actually occurred, correct?
Yes.
It adjoins the, sort of the back end of it?
It's right behind it.
Okay. Do you know what time the police, well, you said the police came and wouldn't let you out of the apartment, correct?
Well, the police were there from the beginning.
Well, but I mean, after this was over, you said you tried to leave the apartment and they wouldn't let you go, correct?
Not the first couple times, no.
And that was up near about sunrise, you said?
I mean, I wouldn't quote me, but it was well after 12:40 at midnight. I mean, after the shooting.
What time did you go up to the manager's apartment?
That was definitely daylight.
Was it morning, afternoon?
Morning. It was, I would say, not very early morning, but it was not afternoon.
Were the police still there at the apartment building?
Different ones were in and out all day.
Do you know what time did you see the last one, if you recall?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. There were so many different people there. I have no idea when the last time I saw one. There was an investigation going on for well into the next day.
Well into the next day? Okay, and you used the term scary and crazy. What did you mean by that?
I meant that I was scared for my life. I was scared for Cody's life. I was scared for my unborn child's life and my 5-year-old's life.
And this was right about the time this was all going on, correct?
What do you mean? Of course I was scared. There was gunshots flying through my apartment.
Well, and that's what I'm trying to determine is right at that moment is when it was pretty wild and crazy, scary and crazy.
It's been crazy ever since it happened. For 2 years now.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything else of this witness?
No, no.
You can step down, thank you.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth's next witness?
Commonwealth closes its case.
All right, thank you. Counsel, would you approach for a moment? ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 15-minute break, and then I will probably let you go home after that. I just need to talk with the lawyers for a few minutes so that I can give you some further instructions about tomorrow. So it's 10 till 5. Let's take a recess until 5 after 5. Remember the separation admonition.
All rise with the pledge of allegiance.
So my hope was that we would finish the case late in the afternoon and then bring the jury back the next morning, do instructions, closing arguments, send them out about lunchtime so that they'd have the entire afternoon. It looks like that plan's been thwarted a bit. So I don't have any idea how long Mr. Hankison's going to be on the witness stand. Can you at all ballpark what you think in terms of your direct?
Judge, I would think no more than an hour.
No more than an hour. Ms. Whaley or Mr. Finke, could you just ballpark? And I know that's a tough question, and I'm not going to hold you to it, but just to give me some idea. Would you? 45 minutes? So what is your all's thinking? Do you want to? We could have a short day tomorrow. I mean, we have the jury through Friday. We could have a short day tomorrow, have Mr. Hankison on the stand. We could talk about jury instructions after that. And then we could come back first thing Thursday morning, instruct the jury and do closings.
Would work for us, Judge.
Is that fine with you?
I would agree with that.
Okay. All right. So I have a few things on in the morning in court. I think what I'll do is have the jury, instead of come back at 9:30 like we've been doing, have them come back at 10, and we can get started then. We may be able to wrap up by lunchtime.
Your Honor, I have a short motion for directed verdict.
Absolutely. I'm going to, well, we can probably go ahead and do that now. I was just going to say we'll do that after the jury comes back and I'll let them go, but we still have several minutes, so let me, okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, now that the Commonwealth has concluded its case, I think it's incumbent upon them to have established the basic elements of the crime of wanton endangerment. I'm going to read the statute. I know you're familiar with it, but the statute says a person is guilty of wanton endangerment in the first degree when under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life, he wantonly engages in conduct which creates a substantial danger of death or serious physical injury to another person. In order to understand what that statute means, you have to understand the definition of wantonly, which is also defined that's found in KRS 501.020 paragraph 4. And that definition states that a person acts wantonly with respect to a result or to a circumstance described by statute defining an offense when he is aware of and consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the result will occur or that circumstances exist. It then goes on to say the risk must be of such a nature and degree that disregard thereof constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of conduct that a reasonable person would observe in the situation. My first comment, Judge, is that I cannot fathom that the legislators who passed this statute back whenever it was enacted ever envisioned a time when it would be used to charge a on-duty police officer who returns fire at someone who has fired at him or his brother partner, and his bullets go astray. There's just no way that was ever the intention of the statute when it was enacted. I think it was more likely enacted to cover situations where somebody is walking down the street and they've got a gun in their possession. They say, let's see if it works, and they go off and shoot it wildly into a house, or for a drive-by shooting situation where a gun is fired at somebody and it misses and hits an occupied structure. That's what wanton endangerment is all about. It's not when a law enforcement officer is doing his duty. But more importantly than that, Judge, when you look at that definition of wantonly, it suggests that in order to be wanton, the actor must be aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that exists. He has to have actual knowledge of that risk, as opposed, it doesn't say must be aware of or should be aware of. It says he has to be aware of, which requires that he have actual knowledge of it. And then the actor must consciously disregard that known and substantial unjustifiable risk. Well, here the evidence is absolutely clear that neither Brett Hankison nor his fellow officers knew of the existence of apartment 3 behind apartment 4. So they did not know that they were not aware of any substantial and unjustifiable risk that exists. And beyond that, and Brett Hankison in his statement that was played the other day indicated that he thought they were at a fourplex, meaning he thought there were 2 apartments upstairs because of the 2 balconies, I assume, and two apartments downstairs because of the patios. He had no way, nor did any of the other officers, of knowing what was behind apartment 4. And as we just heard from Myles Cosgrove, and we've heard from other witnesses, there was never any diagram presented to these guys. They were all volunteers who just were sent out to serve this search warrant with no intimate knowledge of what they were getting into. So they were not aware of the substantial and the substantial risk that they were walking into. Secondly, I would submit that in order to consciously disregard a substantial or unjustifiable risk, you have to know it exists. You can't consciously disregard something that you have no way of knowing that it's out there. So that is that part of the wantonly definition that I think is applicable. But then you go to the other part of that definition of wantonly that says that the risk must be of such nature and degree that disregard thereof constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of conduct that a reasonable person would observe in the situation. And I think that leads into the justification statutes that are contained in KRS section 503, because the sections that must be viewed with reference to Chapter 503 would be Chapter 503.030, Chapter 503.040, Chapter 503.050. I'm sorry, I'm saying chapter, I mean section 503.070 and section 503.090. Every one of those is a different type of justification statute, any one of which I think applies to the conduct of Brett Hankison here. They all allow him or justify actions that are done to commit to protect himself or others, which is clearly what the evidence here has established was happening. I would submit, Judge, that if you read those statutes in conjunction with 503.085, that renders Brett Hankison immune from criminal prosecution. That particular statute says if the conduct falls within these statutes, the actor is then immune from prosecution. And I would cite the court to the case of Commonwealth of Kentucky versus William Scott Albright, which is case number 2016 CA-001352-MR. That's an appeals court case that arose here in Jefferson County Circuit Court, and that deals with the immunity that's provided by Section 503.085. In short, Judge, I would submit that when you consider all of the evidence, the wanton endangerment statute, and add on top of that the justification statutes, the state has failed to meet its burden that it's required to meet up to this point in the trial. I don't believe the evidence even arises to the level of probable cause to believe that the offenses of wanton endangerment have been committed here. And for that reason, I would ask the court to grant a directed verdict at this time and take this case away from the jury.
All right, thank you. Ms. Whaley?
Commonwealth disagrees with the defense characterization of the evidence and more specifically the statutes cited from 503. Our position is the defendant is not entitled to any of the justification statutes. I don't think there's a single one in there that the defendant hasn't put forward, but 503.040, execution of public duties, 503.090, he has asked for use of physical force in law enforcement. That's actually limited to a defendant who is acting under official authority making an arrest. So that has no application here. Choice of evils, we disagree with that justification. More specifically, our position is he's not entitled to the justification under either self-defense or defense of another, because as KRS 503.120 subsection 2 states, when the defendant is justified under 503.050, any of the justifications, self-defense or defense of another, in using force upon or toward the person of another, but he wantonly or recklessly injures or creates risk of injury to innocent persons, justification afforded by those sections is unavailable in a prosecution for an offense involving wantonness or recklessness toward innocent persons, which includes wanton endangerment. And we would, when it comes time for the instructions, as we've already submitted the case of Commonwealth versus Caudle, 2018 Kentucky Supreme Court, where based on this statute 503.120 subsection 2, the defendant was not entitled to a justification instruction. The evidence has shown that the defendant, first of all, I'm not aware of any case, statute, rule, or otherwise that exempts police officers from committing crimes in the penal code. The wanton endangerment statute is no different than any other crime in the penal code. If a defendant, layperson, professional, police officer, or otherwise commits the acts described in the statute, then they are guilty. Firing blindly into the side of the apartment building, into the sliding doors, into the window covered by blinds and curtains, with no target, with no eyes on the threat, is, due to this particular defendant especially, and the amount of training that he's been through for the last 20 years, would obviously, particularly in light of Officer Gelhausen's testimony, the great extent to which the department goes to make sure officers know how to assess a threat, know what is a threat, know that it does require target identification, target isolation before a shot is fired. So the evidence has shown that he is aware of the risk to begin shooting blindly, and that he consciously disregarded that risk when he shot 10 times in the wrong direction into this apartment building. Now, as far as going, as counsel stated, he only thought there were 4. It's clear to anyone looking at the photos and anyone who has been there, there are 4 doors in the lower level facing you at the breezeway of that apartment building. There are 4 doors clearly marked, 1, 2, 3, and 4. In addition, there are 4 doors upstairs, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And in fact, as testimony established, this defendant had a personal interaction with an occupant upstairs who had come out of apartment 8. So it is certainly not it's certainly Commonwealth's position that he full well knew there was an apartment straight ahead as you're standing in that breezeway with number 3 written on it, back to back, adjacent to apartment 4. For the reasons stated and under the law as the court has established, that the Supreme Court has established, that the trial court is to take the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth on motion for directed verdict. So we would ask that the court overrule the motion.
All right, thank you. And you did just state the rule, what the court needs to rely on in making the decision whether or not a motion for directed verdict of acquittal should be granted. To draw all fair and reasonable inferences from the evidence and draw those in favor of the Commonwealth. If the evidence is sufficient to induce a reasonable juror to believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, a directed verdict should not be given. You know, when you look at the statute 503.120, under subsection 2, when the defendant is justified under the justification statutes that Mr. Matthews cited in using force upon or toward the person of another, but he wantonly or recklessly injures or creates a risk of injury to innocent persons. The justification afforded by those sections is unavailable in a prosecution for an offense involving wantonness or recklessness towards innocent persons. There's been no testimony that would cause this court to believe that Cody Etherton, Chelsey Napper, or their 5-year-old child constitute anything but innocent persons in this scenario that we have before us. The charge is wanton endangerment, so clearly it encompasses the theory of wantonness. You know, we just recently went to the scene. We saw how close together those apartments are. As you pointed out, Ms. Whaley, and as we've seen from photographs, the numbers are clearly on the doors of those apartments. The officers who went there that night, including Mr. Hankison, knew that this was an apartment building. No reason to believe it wasn't an occupied apartment building. In fact, every reason to believe it was an occupied apartment building, because they were there because of a search warrant for Breonna Taylor. So they certainly knew or expected apartment 4 to be occupied. And then, as has been pointed out through the testimony, someone came out of apartment 8 upstairs and had a conversation with Mr. Hankison. So it's 12:30 at night on a weeknight, clearly when you would expect people to be at home in their apartments. We've heard testimony from various officers regarding the shots that were fired, from agents from the FBI regarding the shots that were fired by Mr. Hankison, from the ballistics testing that showed that the bullets, casings came from his gun. We've seen pictures of the shots that went through Cody and Chelsey's apartment, putting them in reasonable fear of serious physical injury or possibly even death as a result of what took place. In reading the statute, the justification statutes do not apply to Mr. Hankison's actions, and so this court will deny the motion for a directed verdict. All right, let's bring the jury. Is Anthony in here? We'll need to get the jury back in. Okay, if you'll bring them back in. Ladies and gentlemen, anything to report from the break? All right, so tomorrow we will gather together again to hear additional testimony in the case. We'll get back together tomorrow morning at 10. I have a few things on my docket between 9 and 10 that I do need to take care of tomorrow. You will hear, as I said, additional testimony. We will not, however, be doing closing arguments tomorrow. And I tell you that because you may want to plan for the day that we have closing arguments and you begin your deliberations, depending on how long you deliberate. And that's just totally up to you, how long it takes you to reach a unanimous decision. You could be here for a while, or a very long while, or a short while, depending on your ability to agree with one another. So we won't have closing arguments until Thursday. And that's the day that if you have children or pets, you might want to get someone to make sure that they're being cared for, just in case you should be here longer than the normal hours that we have had during this trial. But that will not take place tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll get back together at 10. I don't expect that tomorrow will be a very long day for us in court. So I hope you have a nice night. Please remember the separation admonition. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
All rise for the pledge of allegiance.